often accompanied by hostility toward unionization, low willingness of employers, who often resist bargaining due to fear of higher costs and reduced flexibility. To address these challenges, social partners could invest in multi-employer and sectoral bargaining solutions to increase coverage, especially targeting small and medium-sized companies. They should foster cooperation to build mutual understanding, strengthen employer engagement by highlighting the benefits of bargaining, and facilitate cross-border coordination to encourage learning from stronger traditions. Policy choices and legislation are also essential to advance collective bargaining. At the European Union level, the Minimum Wage Directive must be effectively implemented to meet the 80% coverage target. Nationally, action plans should be ambitious, focusing on strengthening sectoral bargaining structures by facilitating strong employer associations and strategically using extension mechanisms to increase coverage in under-organized sectors. Learn more about the Bar Service project at the project website.
I'll take the applause, but I did not make the video. So I am Stan de Spiegelaere. I work for Europa, and I'm here to talk a little bit, to introduce a little bit the conference today, because the conference focuses on services sectors and collective bargaining. And what I would like to introduce a little bit is why do we focus on specifically the services sectors and collective bargaining? What are some of the reasons for us that we think we need a really an adapted approach for this? So this is a small presentation that I presented, and the image that I wanted to use for that is like, if you think about service sectors and collective bargaining, it's like you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. You know, like when kids, when babies are growing up, they have these games where you have to put the stars in the right shape, etc. What I'm going to try to argue, and I'm going to speak slower, Fiona. What I'm going to try to argue is that for the services sectors, currently the collective bargaining structures is like a square peg that you try to fit in a round hole. What is my argument? My argument is, one, service sectors are really, really big. Collective bargaining coverage, however, is pretty low, and the main part of the argument is it's the wrong shape. The way that we do collective bargaining doesn't necessarily fit the realities of the private services sectors because they have special characteristics which are not like the model of collective bargaining for other sectors. And then, of course, the last part is, what do we do about it? And basically, if you have a square peg and a round hole, if you see the babies, there's two methods, right? Or you force it in, you take the hammer and you knock down the square peg in the right hole, or you try to change the shape. And you try to think about how can we adapt both the structure, both structures, to think how can we make them connect. I'm going to wait for the translator. So the first part is, if we look at the private service sectors, we have to understand that this is the main part of our economy. If you look at employment in Europe, the percentage of employment in Europe that is in services sectors, we're talking about roughly 3 in 4 jobs. It all depends, of course, how you define the service sectors, but in any case, it's a lot and it is growing. We hear a lot of talk today about industrial policy. We need to invest in our industry. It's all very good. We definitely support that, but we have to realize that the jobs will remain, even with high investment in industry, the jobs will remain in service sectors. Some of the subsectors like commerce, care, and finance, commerce and care, only those are 13% and 11% of total employment in Europe. So we're talking about gigantic sectors. The services sectors, they add 60% of the added value in Europe, and they're very much integrated in the industrial sector. So if you want an industry strategy, you also need to think about what you can do in the service sectors. Second, unfortunately, if you look at collective bargaining coverage, it is pretty low in services sectors. So if you look at the average of the private services, we're talking in Europe, roughly 50%, compared to industry sectors, non-services sectors, 63%, public services, 75%. The line there at the right for you guys is the 80% collective bargaining coverage, and that's, let's say, the threshold or the target of the European Union. So if we want to get towards that 80% collective bargaining coverage, we need to look at how we can increase collective bargaining, not only in industry, but also and definitely in the weaker covered sectors, which are the services sectors. Not only is there a big difference between the sectors, but we also know that there's a big difference in collective bargaining coverage if you compare countries. And that's the second reason why we did this project, this bar service. We didn't only focus on the services sectors, but we also focused on a number of countries which have classically a lot lower coverage than some of the typical Western European countries. Croatia, Romania, Czechia, Slovakia, Turkey, they all have lower coverage than average. So if we want to get to this 80% line, we also need to look how we can improve collective bargaining coverage in those countries. Now, the main argument that I would like to make is I would like to show you with a number of figures that services sectors are not like non-services sectors. They have different characteristics, making the classic collective bargaining structures a bit difficult. If you look at the workforce, I would say the workforce is quite different. First of all, it's pretty young. In the services sectors, we have 10% who is between 15 and 24. 15 and 24 is pretty young workers. If you look at non-service sectors, that's 7%. If you look at the gender dimension, in the non-services, 77 is male. In services, we're talking more than half is women who are working in the service sectors. If we look at the educational level, we see that in non-service sectors, it's mostly, let's say, middle educated, while in services, you have a big lower educated section and also a large proportion of high educated. If we look at the number of colleagues, classically in the industry sector, 43% has more than 250 colleagues, meaning that they are in an establishment with a lot of people, big factories. If you look at services sectors, 40% has less than 10 colleagues. This has important implications on trade unionism, on collective bargaining. Obviously, it's much more difficult to organize in a small section than in a big one. If you look at the career of the turnover of the employees, in non-service sectors, 45% has a job for less than 5 years. So more than half of the workers are in the same job for 5 years. If you look at services workers, the 60% has the job for less than 5 years. Again, this has important implications because by the time you become a representative, you need to be in that job for quite a while. If you look at typical and atypical employment, same thing. We see that in the services sectors, we see much more freelance work, a bit more temporary work, but mostly much more part-time work. So the workforce, to conclude, it's not the same. It's different. We have much more young, female, low and high educated, few colleagues, short careers, atypical employment. What is the consequence of this? Is that if we look at whether they are union members or not, we see a big difference between non-services and services. In non-services, and these are estimates, very difficult to do, but the difference is important. Non-services, we have roughly 1 in 5 of the European workers who are in a union. In services, it's 13%. So that is not a lot. Not only are the unions less strong in terms of membership, their other power resources are also weaker. They have less of a bargaining tradition, difficult coordination because many fragmented unions, limited leverage points, and not a high strike capacity. We've seen, for example, that many of the services unions don't have strike funds. They don't have strike capacity. So the unions are less strong, and also the employers are quite different. If we do the research on the employers, we see that we have both, bless you, we have both a lot of micro companies which are too small to bargain, and we also have a lot of big multinationals which are sometimes too big to bargain with. They are a multinational company, they're much stronger than the union, so quite difficult to bargain with. Some union avoidance strategies and the absence, quite often, and we will hear this today, of sectoral counterparts, employers to bargain with. And last but not least, we think that the current rules on collective bargaining and representation don't really fit. We have in most countries threshold for representation. You only have employee representation as of X employees in a company, which is not really fitting with an SME economy, with an economy with a lot of small enterprises. You have national bargaining systems, but sometimes we see multinationals who work internationally and who are a bit independent of those national bargaining systems. You have company-based representation, but we see that in services sectors, people move companies quite often. And you have sectoral trade union organizations, which is good, but at the same time, we see that the turnover, people move from sector to another sector in the service sectors. So sometimes they need to move unions all the time. So what I want to say a little bit like this is it's as if the people who made the bargaining rules are living in a virtual reality. They're not living in the reality of a services economy anymore. So the argument that I wanted to make is services are central in the economy. Collective bargaining coverage is very low, but the current structures that we have don't really fit with the services economy. So what do? Are we going to use the hammer to knock it in? Are we going to say we ignore that, but we're still going to try to work with those structures? Or are we going to think, and I had to search the word in English, but apparently it's called a file. Are we going to use the second instrument there to change the shape of the services sector or of the bargaining system to make sure that collective bargaining and services sectors, that they fit? And I think this is what we're going to discuss today in the different panels. This is what we're going to discuss today in the different panels on the different sectors from the different countries to see what are some of the specific challenges and how we can change it, both thinking about the organization of the unions, the organizations of the sector, but also thinking about the organization of the collective bargaining system. So Fiona, that was my short introduction, and I will give you back the word so we can go to the first panel. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Stan. Much faster than you had to. You have much time. So let that be a reminder for the next speakers. You can breathe while speaking. I'm very happy with this nice introduction from Stan about why we need to discuss this today, and also why we need to dive a bit deeper into each sector on how we might be able to shape, and if it doesn't work, how to knock. With that and with Stan's introduction, but also all of the lessons from your own work, I would like to introduce our first panel of today. I forgot one thing in my introduction. If you want coffee, you please feel free to just grab a coffee. We're in a quite informal setting, so you don't have to wait until I give you the sign to get coffee. So if you want coffee or anything, there's coffee. Toilets are downstairs for practical logistical reasons. I'm very happy to introduce our first panel of today, where we have a deep dive into a very important sector for all countries, which is the care sector. I'm happy that we have a lovely moderator with us today for this session, Valeria from KU Leuven, a researcher who has done a lot of research on undeclared work and underdeclared work across Europe, both in the gig economy as well as in sectors that have started to become like the gig economy increasingly, unfortunately. Valeria will be moderating our panel today. Valeria, welcome. Then we have from most countries, actually, some representation today. We have Sylvia from Slovakia. Welcome. You have some time to introduce yourself during the panel. We have Jakov from Croatia. Welcome. We have Jannette from Uni. And we have Adem from Turkey. Welcome. You are welcome to speak in your own language if you feel more comfortable to speak in your own language. But that means that everybody that does not speak Turkish, Croatian, or Slovak, you need your headphones. Okay. Then one reminder for all the speakers, if the microphones are all on together, they sound. So if you're done speaking, please put your microphone off.
Good luck. Okay, so hello to everybody. Thank you very much to Fiona, and thank you. Oh, yes, I know. My Italian culture comes up. So thank you very much to Fiona, and thank you very much to all the BARService team, research team, Marta in particular, and also Stan and everybody. It has been really a pleasure to kind of interact with all of you. I'm in fact, as Fiona said, Valeria Pulignano. I work at the KU Leuven, and I am basically a researcher. But also I'm very much attached to the labor, I would say, to labor issues, particularly employment, industrial relations. And we have here a very interesting panel, so hello to everybody. I think the first time we meet, and hopefully we'll have the time to speak more after the panel on this care sector, which is a sector which, as also Stan mentioned, is central in our society, and is really astonishing to see how, how I wouldn't say bad, but how important it is to improve conditions for those workers in these sectors, which remains very much also fragmented internally. I was just, looking and watching at the video, Stan. I mean, it's not just what is care, just defining care is a big issue, because it's in fact at the intersection between health, between, residential care, home care, more formal sort of employment. And let's be very clear, there is a lot of informality still out there, a lot of undeclared work in care as feminized particular workers working in there at the intersection of gender, I would say, and also race. Now, we have an interesting panel discussing upon this. As mentioned by Stan, we, in fact, will try to tackle important issues, how to fit the box into the hole, taking the metaphor of Stan, where we need to understand, of course, the challenges, first of all, that collective bargaining is facing, particularly in this sector. We need to understand the sector. And I really do hope that the conversation will be, highlighting that. So we have four outstanding speakers, Jannette, from Croatia, Jakov, and from Slovakia, Sylvia, and from the Turkish Union, Adem. So let's start the conversation. It will be really a conversation with all of you. And the first thing I would really like to ask to don't be so long in your answer, maximum 5 minutes, because in fact, what I would like to do is we have two, let's say, section. The first section round, and then I will open up the floor for questions that you might have. And then we carry on. So let's hope that we can do it. So I would like to start with the, in fact, understanding care and the challenges to collective bargaining in the care sector. And I have a question for Jannette. Now, if we look from a European perspective, Jannette, could you summarize what are the key challenges at the European level to collective bargaining in the care sector, and what are the strategies that Europa particularly is trying to implement or to develop to tackle these challenges? Thank you.
Sure. So thank you and good morning, everybody. I think two caveats before I really dig into it. I think it's in terms of European-wide challenges, there's definitely themes, and we've heard a lot, but I also want to say that there's such diversity across Europe and so many different systems and institutional contexts that it's hard to kind of say one size fits all or this is the same here and there. But there are definitely some generalities, and I don't want to repeat everything that's been said this morning, but certainly what was said in the introduction absolutely applies to the care sector. The general decline and erosion of collective bargaining systems, fragmented industrial relations systems, and low unionisation across the sector because it is, as you mentioned, very fragmented sector and a lot of informality. And I think one other really important point to add is the issue of investment and funding models and government's role in all of this. I think going to a lot of employers to try and bargain, there is a limited amount of resources, right? And so much of the care sector, even if it's being implemented and operationalised by private organisations, that a lot of the funding is actually coming from governments. And so it's hard to, when the cupboard is bare, to say, you know, to go to the bargaining table and say wages need to increase if the funding is not there and the funding models are broken. In terms of what uni is doing to address these challenges, obviously our focus is really on developing organising capacity and campaigning capacity with workers and with unions to be able to stand up, fight back and try and address some of these changes, improve workers' knowledge and education around their rights and around collective bargaining, and campaigning for better models, better regulations to support collective bargaining, and to support more investment in the care sector and greater understanding of the social value of care work and collective bargaining for those workers.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Jannette. I think you pointed a very important thing, the social value that is in care and is not recognized and is very important. Now, in the context of this limitation that Jannette talked about, also, you know, linking to the state, the role of the state, the role of the government, I would like to ask to Jakov from a kind of Croatian perspective. Do you identify yourself? Oh yeah, here, yeah. I need to kind of, exactly. Do you identify yourself, Jakov, about the limitation that Jannette is talking about, and what are the kind of, again, strategies there that the Croatian unions are trying to implement in order to strengthen collective bargaining?
Okay. Hello, I'm Jakov. First to introduce, I'm a secretary of a very small union that is general type union. So we organize sectors across workers across sectors. So in Croatia, for example, public sector has a stable sectoral bargaining system and it functions more or less okay. But private care sector in Croatia, and you heard some of the things today, it's fragmented, scattered. Small companies dominate. There are only, for example, in nursing homes, there are only 2 companies that employ more than 100 workers. And unions are non-existent. So private care sector is not unionized and was not unionized at all before we started doing it. So there is no interest from the unions to organize it, no capacity. It's a difficult field. And, you know, it's non-profitable in a sense. You put a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and the outcome is not maybe the one that you expected. It takes a lot of resources, and in terms of membership and achievements, it's hard to get to it. So unions are more focused on their own already established paths, and they left this sector non-unionized. So we did start to unionize it, but we need to be honest. We started to unionize it only because we got support to do it. We got material, logistical support to do it, and there was a global agreement between Uni Global and Europa, that is a multinational company that has nursing homes all around the world. So, and that was our first place to go to organize was this Ščepková homes. And it's the biggest employer in nursing homes. It has 3 homes and 150 workers. So it also tells you about the scale, how scattered the field is. So there was a global agreement between Uni Global and Orpea, that is like a multinational company, has daughters Ščepková. that operates in Croatia. This global agreement enabled us to enter the facilities and talk to the workers. Without that, and without some type of material support for our efforts to organize this type of sector, it would be, we will be just standing on the parking lot, trying to talk to workers who would most likely even more avoid us than they did try to avoid us when we entered the facilities. So, all the problems you've heard, basically, young people, turnover, harsh working conditions. There are also some rural areas that don't have so much job opportunities. So it was difficult to organize it, but we did it. We managed to organize and we managed to sign the first collective bargaining agreement in Croatia in that sector. It took 1 year. It took 1 year and it took one full-time job. Almost. We are satisfied because it was a good collective bargaining agreement. We gained significant improvements and we also organized another home now and we are on the brink of signing a second collective bargaining agreement. And it is important. It is important for private care sector also. But again, if we continue to do it like we did it until now, it's going to be very slow. Without help of some bigger organization, without organizational and financial support of some bigger organization, we cannot upscale the fight on the sectoral level. We'll organize the third Senecura home in Croatia. We'll try to attack maybe 2 or 3 of them. We organize also PAs, personal assistants to persons with disabilities. And but the field is like, and our resources are too small. It's 2 people employed in the union that is general union that organize also other people in other sectors. So without some type of support, either from the unions in Croatia, either from some other organizations, this sector will stay for a long time non-organized, or at least it will not be organized sectorally. Also, employers are also not organized as an employers group, so you need to actually create the conditions for sectoral bargaining. This is something we still don't know how to do and cannot do. So what we currently do is organize home by home. In that sense, and personal assistance, we try to scale up on some national level, but it's only in the beginning. So 2 years ago, unions were non-existent in the sector. Now we have something. But it takes a lot of resources, a lot of effort, a lot of time, and the results, even though it's really nice to have a good collective agreement, but in sense of membership, results are not great. And financially, we are in very unstable situation, even though we have some major achievements.
Yeah, this is very important what you say. I think that the issue of the political willingness, when you mention we need the resources, we are under-resourced, we are under-financed in terms of financial support. At least to me brings the idea of the political willingness, which of course is another big area that we might want to open with all of you, particularly in this particular moment in time, in Europe and outside Europe, I would say. But okay, that's another argument. We might not want to jump into that. We might want in the discussion afterwards. But you also mentioned, Jakov, the low union, in fact, again, going back, low union density and difficulties to organize those workers. Now, on this union side and how to organize those workers, how to make, in fact, trade unions, being able to organize those workers, I want to pass over to Sylvia. And ask from the Slovak Union and ask, in fact, it seems you have a kind of example, good example, right? If I've heard correctly, in terms of, you have been able to establish these new trade unions in a full non-unionized workplaces. Can you share with us the recipe of your success? What did you do?
Dobrý deň. Dobrý deň, takže ďakujem. Volám sa Sylvia Ščepková, pracujem v Centre sociálnych služieb. Takže tu sme založili odbory ako jediný a prvý pod ECHOS UniJA. Oni ešte nemali založené odbory v sociálnych službách, takže začíname vlastne úplne od nuly. Podmienkou na založenie odborov je asi dôvera zamestnancov, ktorú my asi momentálne nedokážeme dať tú dôveru. Alebo vieme pomenovať fakty, ktoré sa tu nachádzajú, ale nestretáva sa to s porozumením. Chcem povedať, že momentálne sme v situácii, v jakej sme. Ak chceme hovoriť o kolektívnom vyjednávaní, znamená to, že by sme mali s vedením prerokovávať všetky tieto veci. Vlastne, aby sme to hovorili ako rovný s rovným, aby tam neboli žiadne, že niekto je vyšší, niekto je nižší. V opačnom prípade je to diktát. Takže u nás to funguje asi týmto štýlom, že je to diktát, podporu zamestnancov ako účastníkov alebo teda členov odborovej organizácie nedokážeme získať, nakoľko sme ešte vôbec nič nevedeli urobiť, alebo teda vedeli urobiť. Momentálne sa súdime so štatutárom 3. rok. Pomenovali sme fakty, ako je, že sú tam časté úmrtia, obmedzovania osobnej slobody. Toto sú fakty, ktoré sa neriešia. A keď boli tam kontroly, ktoré to zistili, ale tie sankcie boli tak nízke, že sa naozaj oplatí porušovať zákon. Je našou úlohou komunikovať, že tieto kontroly nefungujú dostatočne. Aspoň teda u nás a nám sa to tak zdá.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. So yeah, I mean, it's not a success, if I understood well, right? Or is a success, but also with a lot of unsuccess. Probably we might
Ale
want
my
to
to považujeme za úspech, už aj to, že teda to fungujeme a snažíme sa zlepšiť o podmienky pre zamestnancov aj pre klientov v zariadení.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I see your point. But of course, it's interesting that you raise also the problematic. So the story, continues, and we need to be always there to face the difficulties which might arise at some point. Now, I wanted again on this kind of problematic of collective bargaining in care, pass over to Adem from the Turkish Union and ask about whether if you would like to kind of see a kind of a successful, again, story about collective bargaining in care sector in Turkey, how would you see it? And how would you describe it? And what kind of lessons would you draw that could help others in other countries to kind of learn from this experience? Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Günaydın, merhabalar. Adem Sarıçoban ben. Türkiye Sağlık ve Sosyal Hizmet İşçileri Sendikası Genel Sekreteriyim. Aynı zamanda eski bir bakım işçisiyim ben. Aslında ülkemizde örgütlenmek, sendikalaşmak çok zor. Bir kere iş kolumuz grev yasağı kapsamında ve grev yasağı var. Aslında sözleşmeler Yüksek Köken Kurulu ve müzakere masasına sınırlandırılmış bir yapı. O yüzden sağlıklı bir sözleşme çıkarmak çok zor şartlarda yapıyoruz. Ama örnek bir çalışma anlatabilirim. Benim de çalıştığım 9 Eylül Üniversitesi Hastanesi'nde bakım işçilerinin yapmış olduğu verimli bir çalışma var. Ama bu genel bir çalışma mıdır? Hayır. Sadece oraya özgü maddeler var. Mesela orada ülkemizde taşeronlaştırmanın yoğun olduğu bir dönemden geçtik. Ve işte 2018 yılında kadro süreci oldu ve işçiler kadroya geçtiler. Yani kamu güvencesine geçtiler. Ve ülkemizde bakım işçilerinin aslında şöyle söylersek bir görev tanımları yok. Yani meslek tanımı yok aslında. Yani bir tanımlanmış bir mesleği yok. Sendikamız ilk önce kadro geçen işçilerin meslek tanımını yaptırdı. Yani artık bakım işçilerin bir meslek olduğunu, hangi göreve tabi çalışacaklarının altını çizdi ve burada ciddi başarı elde etti. İşverenle görüşerek buradaki işçilerin eğitim almalarını sağladı. Yani burada bir bakım eğitimi, yani bakımın ne olduğu, nasıl yapılması gerektiğinin eğitimini aldılar. Ve sertifika haline getirdik biz bunları. Daha sonra ikinci dönemde sözleşmeyle beraber bakım işi yapanların maaşlarını iyileştirme yaptık. Yani eğer bakım yapıyorsa, şartlarda uyuyorsa, belge almış ise, o meslekte çalışıyor ise belli bir ücret sözleşmeyle beraber elde ettik. Ve bakım işi yapan arkadaşlarımız diğer çalışanların daha fazla ücrete çalışıyorlar. Ve asıl önemli olan şey şu: yaptıkları işin ne olduğunu bildikleri için daha az iş kazası, meslek hastalığı oluyor. Çünkü ciddi anlamda bir teknolojik eksiklik var. Bakımda hala el yordamıyla yapılan işler var. İşte arabalar hala manuel. Bir çevirmek için bile bir cihaz kullanılmıyor. İşte ne kadar tıpta gelişmiş olsa ve teknolojik gelişme olsa bile bakım işçilerinin çalışma koşulları hala ilkel. Dolayısıyla biz bunları çözmek için de bir mücadele ediyoruz ve o sözleşmeyle beraber oradaki bakım personelinin mesleki tanımının yapılabilmesi, yaptığı işin niteliğinin olması bizim için bir kazanımdı ve bunun ücrete dönüşmesi önemliydi. Tabii aynı zamanda o sözleşmeyle beraber cinsiyet eşitliği açısından da C90'ın sözleşmeye girmesi, buradaki işte C90 uygulama olması çok önemli, çünkü sektörün neredeyse %50'ye yakını kadın işçiler. Ve kadın işçilerin ağır çalışma koşulları var. İşte özellikle bel fıtığı gibi, boyun fıtığı gibi ciddi bir meslek hastalıklarına karşı karşıyayız. O yüzden de sendikamız hem iş sağlığı güvenliği açısından adım atmaya çalışıyor, hem meslek tanımının yayınlanmasını sağlamaya çalışıyor. Tabii bu önemli ve kazanım, ama ülkemizdeki çok daha farklı bir alan var. Belki kısa değinip hemen daha sonra soru sorulursa ya da izin verirseniz anlatmak isterim. Evde bakım hizmetleri var ve güvencesiz bir çalışma ortamı. Neredeyse çalışanların %50'sinden fazlası mülteci işçiler, göçmen işçiler. Hiçbir sosyal hakları yok. Örgütlenme örgütlenmenin de olmadığı bir alan. Aslında bizim de tam tanımlayamadığımız, sayısını bile bilmediğimiz bir alandan bahsediyoruz. İşte kimine göre 80 bin, kimine göre 100 bin, 200 bin olan bir alandan bahsediyoruz. Ve bu alanda örgütlenmekten ziyade can güvenliğinin de olmadığı bir alandan bahsediyoruz. Çünkü evde çalışan bakım işçileri var. İşte onlarla ilgili bir meslek tanımının olmaması, aynı zamanda aslında yaptıkları işin niteliğinin olmaması çok ciddi sorun. Ülkemizdeki iş kolları meselesi, NACA kodları bunları zorlaştırıyor. İşte biz bakım yapan işletmelerin sosyal hizmetler iş olduğunu savunurken, başka sendika hizmet sektöründe daha genel hizmetlerin olduğunu savunan bir durumdayız. Dolayısıyla buradaki işçilerin de örgütlenmesi bizim açımızdan çok önemli. Ama daha değerli olan şey, grev yasağının bir an önce kaldırılması meselesi var. Ve buradan da biz sizden yardım istiyoruz. Avrupa'nın bildiğim kadarıyla birçok ülkesinde grev kapsamında bu iş kolları bize yasak. Ve bizi daha kötü sözleşme yapmaya zorluyor. O yüzden de bir evde bakım işlerinin örgütlenmesinin ortak bir mücadele olacağını düşünüyorum. Ve bizim bunu UniJA ile beraber diğer ülkelerin de katılacağı bir kampanya var örgütlenmenin doğru olacağını düşünüyorum. Çünkü ciddi sorun yaşıyoruz ve gerçekten sömürünün her kademesinde yaşıyorlar ve ciddi bir hak kayıpları var. Yani sosyal güvencesinin olmadığı işlerden bahsediyoruz. Yani orada sigortanın bir lüks olduğu bir alandan bahsediyoruz. O yüzden buralarda ortak bir mücadele, ortak bir çağrı şeyimiz var. İşte Ceyhun Hocam da burada ortak bir iş yapmaya çalışıyoruz. İşte bir araştırma geliştirme merkezi kurmaya çalışıyor sendikamız. Bu alandaki çalışanların sorunlarını tespit etme, çözüm üretme ve örgütlenme faaliyeti yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Bir şey daha söyleyip bitireceğim izin verirseniz. Bir de aynı zamanda ülkemizde ciddi bir işten atma tehdidiyle karşı karşıyayız. Sendikalaşan bütün işler işinden oluyor. Özel sektörde 4'e yakın iş yerinde faaliyet yürütüyoruz ve neredeyse 6-7 iş yerinde üyelerinin işten çıkarıldı. Ve bunlarla dayanışma içinde olmaya çalışıyoruz. Yine sektör açısından bakıldığında güvencesiz oldukları için sendikaya bir ilişki kurma meselesinde zorluk çekiyorlar. Bunları da önemli buluyoruz. Tabii bir yana da hukuk, adalet kısmı, açılan mahkemeler var. İşte biz bir işletmenin %100'ünü üye yapsak bile bir gerekçeyle dava açılıyor ve davalar 3-4 yıl sürüyor. Bazen 5 yıl sürüyor ve oradaki üyelerimiz işten çıkmak zorunda kalıyorlar ve sendikayla bağ kopuyor. Dolayısıyla bunlar genel sorunlarımız. Bizim bunların çözüm açısından bir yol tutarsak bakım sektöründeki işlerin örgütlenmesini daha kolay yapacağımızı düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Adam. Very interesting point you put on the table. Now, if I compare to what also previously Jakov said, a lot of parallels as well, but you have been able, particularly in this particular sector, to organize. A very little question on top of what you said. What made possible for the unions to organize in this particular hospital? I mean, from where unions got the power to do that? Was it, linked to kind of contextual situation, for example, the importance of the health and, the situation of labor shortage, I might say, in the sector. So what was if you could tell very little about the contextual issue which helped unions to do and to organize those workers?
Teşekkürler. Öncelikle aslında pandemi bize bir şey gösterdi. Bir pandemi yaşadık dünyaca. Aslında pandemideki sağlık sektörünün önemi ortaya çıktı. Ve oradaki zor çalışma şartları, işte hayatını kaybeden onlar da sağlık çalışanı ve güvencesizlik aslında asıl temel bunlar. Ve düşük ücret. Yani düşük ücretin alındığı bir sektörden bahsediyoruz. Türkiye'deki en düşük maaş alan sektör sağlık sektörü. Dolayısıyla buradaki işçilerin geçineme meselesi ve ülkemizdeki ekonomik kriz, kiraların yüksek olması, geçim derdinin çok fazla olması işçilerin sendikayla buluşmasını sağlıyor. Ama oradaki sendikal hakların kısıtlanması, yasaların buna uygun olmaması da bir engel. Dolayısıyla biz imkan var, işçiler evet sendikalarla buluşmak, örgütlemek isterken bir yanıyla işverenlerin baskısı, bir yanıyla yasaların buna engel olması ciddi bir sorun çıkarıyor. Asıl sorunun çözümü bence bu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very important what you said, and particularly the right of strike is also. You want to add something, Sylvia? Please go ahead.
Áno, tak ja by som chcela ešte dodať, že u nás to funguje podobne ako v tejto nemocnici. Takže ako odborári sme boli všetci prepustení, potom sme dostali ochranu, takže pán riaditeľ nás musel zobrať späť. Trvalo to dlho a už dôveru zamestnancov nedokážeme získať, pretože on verejne nás prezentuje ako zlo firmy, akože robíme zle, zakazuje s nami komunikovať a dokonca nových zamestnancov, ktorých prijíma, hovorí im, že dúfam, že nevstúpite do odborov. Takže aj u nás to funguje týmto štýlom, že zamestnanci sa boja.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your, bringing these experience from your side, Sylvia. I think we are doing time, if I don't make mistake, right? I look at my people there, yeah. Well, my colleagues, actually. So I would like to take one, two, if there might be, one or two, even three questions from the floor at this point in time, if, again, there might be questions. And I would like to cluster them, if there might be. Look around. Yes, I see Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much for all your contributions. My question really goes to this, to all three. I was wondering, to what extent you think your governments have created a market for care, or like a private market for care, without putting any safeguards, for workers into place? Because it seems to be the case that, well, we just open up everything, let the market rule, and then afterwards, the unions are picking up the slack for what the government actually should be regulating in one way or another. So I would like to know whether, when the market for care was created, whether you know, there were any kind of discussions, or whether there currently are any discussions on creating some of, you know, like some safeguards for workers, you know, some conditionalities as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I look here around if there is any other point. Okay, so let's give the opportunity perhaps to all of you to reply if you wish, of course, to the question. So please, probably we can start from here and then go back. Yeah, Sylvia, we want to...
Môžem. Takže štát neviem, ako by nám pomohol, a tento systém není na to nastavený, na tie sociálne služby asi ešte není dobre domyslený. Ako som hovorila, kontroly k nám chodia, potvrdili nedostatky. My sme za to kriminalizovaní, za to, že sme na to poukázali. Politici odmietajú vyvodiť zodpovednosť. Prokuratúra koná, ale vlastne nekoná, iba skúša kriminalizovať zase nás. Takže u nás ja v tomto nevidím nejaký postup ani pomoc. Jediné, komu by som chcela poďakovať, je asi Europa, ktorá nám pomáha.
Please, the other who wants to add anything, please.
I mean, in Croatia, it's like that after the transition to freedom, the government gave up on some type of improving existing social services or addressing the needs that were emerging by aging population. Now I will focus more on nursing elderly care homes. So not one or just one home was built from the 90s to now, and few on the local level. Rest of them was just come in, and the good situation, the good opportunity for them was because government is like pulling out or not satisfying the need, so market is opening. There is a plenty of old elderly people coming, and now we're just happy that we have private providers that are doing something that government gave up. Government also outsourced some services to NGOs, where we have personal assistance to the people with disabilities, work for minimum wages, and it's like that. The only thing that like the workers are protected is labor law and minimum wage law. In the care sector, we are now happy to have them because there is actually a scarcity, big scarcity of homes. In private sector, only the rich people can afford it. But even then, it's a scarcity. And there are some regulations. Government gave some regulations, but they will not enforce them. They will not enforce them because the idea is it's better to have home as ever it is, better to have the facility than to close it because some minor technicalities that often then goes on the back of the workers. I mean, understaffing and the horrible working conditions and lack of the equipment and blah, blah, blah, it actually falls down to the back of the workers and, of course, the users, or how they say it, patients. But government is happy that somebody is doing that job, and they will not push hard to regulate it and to improve it. And they don't really intervene. They don't even finance it. So we're happy to have the private sector to fill in the gaps in any way the sector thinks it should be filled, and to earn money on it, because there have been, Senecura is very profitable, for example. They're earning money and they're not being controlled.
Any one of you wants to say something?
Ya aslında denilen şeye aynen katılıyorum. Yani birebir Türkiye örneğini attı arkadaşımız, ama şöyle bir durum var. Aslında kamu eliyle yapılan iş yerlerinde kısmi bir denetim var. Ama burada bütün olanaklar ya da oradaki bütün sorumlular bir ceza alıyor mu? Hayır. Özel sektörde, özel bakım evlerinde kısmi bir denetim var, ama evde bakımlarda bence hükümetin sayısına bile bilmediğini düşünüyorum. Bırakın denetimi, bırakın güvenlik önlemini. Çünkü orada bir sigortasız, kayıt dışı çalışmanın yoğun olduğundan bahsediyoruz. Dolayısıyla asıl benim biraz önce ifade ettiğim şey orasıydı. Yani yoksa kurulan özel kuruluşlarda kısmi bir denetim kendini gösteriyor. Ama orada Türkiye'de de asgari ücret seviyesinde işler çalışıyor. İşte sendikalaşması çok zor, ama Evde bakımda eve giden, evde yaşlı bakanlar açısından hiçbir güvence ve güvenlik önlemi de yok. Onu söyleyebilirim.
Jannette, you want to say something about this conversation?
Sure. I think I would just add, I'm in a little bit of a different position from these guys, but I totally agree with the premise of Mark's question. It's something that I think we see playing out across Europe, certainly, you know, with these three unions that I've had the pleasure of working with and many other across the continent, but also more broadly across the world. So my personal background is before I was here, I was a care worker and unionist in Australia, and I see many parallels between Europe and Australia, and ultimately the outcome of the way governments have just opened up the private care market with little regulation is that we see an epidemic of working poor across care workers and a crisis of substandard care outcomes for the clients and the patients who are needing that care. And I think it really is up to unions. It has been left to unions, and we can see in some places where unions are having success and winning, but we do absolutely need to organise to change those regulations, to get governments to move, to invest more in the sector, to tighten up regulations, to really encourage and force employers to take more responsibility and come to the bargaining table so that workers can get a fair deal, can have dignity in their life with decent wages and conditions, and so that we can actually provide true high quality health and care services to the people who need it.
Yeah. And this, I think, probably, if I might say, is again going back to what I was pointing before, the political situation at the moment. Do we have the political conditions? Let's be very honest. I don't think the political conditions probably are there but the conditions, the local conditions for unions to kind of mobilize, organize those workers, and I think, you know, the example of the Turkish, a very important one, are there, you know. There is at least a possibility to do that. Now let's go on before the time, you know, goes too close to the end. Now we have been talking about what was happening and what is happening and all the problematics that you have mentioned, including the right of strike, which is, you know, something that I think we should come back to that at some point. Let's see whether time allows us. But I want to look a bit to the future. And again, to you, Jannette, I would like to ask, if you look ahead to 2026, what kind of concrete plans or initiative would you see that Europa can, in fact, deliver, prepare in order to strengthen, in fact, collective bargaining, helping also in the care sector?
Thank you. In 2026, Europa will continue the work that we're doing, continuing to support unions and care workers to build their organising capacity and strengthen their unions so that they do have the power to try and change some of these systematic issues that we're seeing across the sector. That's the first and foremost priority, is that organising and the capacity building. Part of that also needs to be a focus on building alliances across the care sector, engaging with employers and helping them understand their obligations, but also the benefits for them to engage in collective bargaining and the social benefits of engaging in collective bargaining, and I think helping to create that political climate, right? And help ensure that the decision makers feel that there is an imperative actually to act, that they need to act to help provide the conditions for care workers to better be able to organise, unionise, be represented, and collectively bargain so that we can raise the floor across the care sector in terms of wages and conditions, and so that we can have the quality of care that citizens across Europe rightly expect. I think where there's opportunities, Jakov was talking about, the global agreements, where there's opportunities that can be really helpful, continuing to engage where we can in EU institutions and supporting unions to engage at a national level with their institutions to try and change policy and have more supportive policy, and advocating, I think, for targeted support for the care sector in particular, under broader social rights and labour frameworks, for care workers to be recognised as a distinct group needing strong representation and particular support to achieve that strong representation and bargaining coverage and social protection because of the unique challenges this sector faces, but also because of the unique value and importance of this sector in terms of the service that they're actually delivering to society.
Yes, thank you, Jannette. Going on this, future thing, Jakov, well, actually we heard from the Turkish experience, interesting example. There might be other examples, perhaps from other countries, and perhaps you might have other examples here about successful practices, internationally speaking, using collective bargaining in doing things. So do you have any other examples that you think that could be an inspiring practice for us that you want to tell us?
I mean, I had to prepare myself for these questions. I mean, there are many good stories, many inspirational stories. You have Hungary; they won a 20% increase in 1 year. You have Australia, UWU, that through organizing made legislative changes, increased funding to the sector. So it's a great example of solving systemic problems, not only wage increases. You have the UK GMB that won a statutory sick pay for 19,000 care workers, and there are many different other stories. I mean, also our story in Croatia could be inspirational because it was a CBA, first CBA in the sector from, I'm not a big experienced unionist with big tricks in my sleeve. I just got support to do it and put my effort into it, and people recognized it, and together with the people, I mean, I often tell that it's my job to paint the horizon to the workers that something can be possible, but then they start to return to you this horizon and paint it together with you, and they also told you, they also push your own imagination what is possible when they start doing it. So this process is not like it's not rocket science or something. It just needs resources, time, and will, and you can do it. That is inspirational. But I just want to stress, I mean, this whole example shows that organizing and fighting can lead to something that we don't even believe it's possible. But actually, to be honest, the biggest inspiration are not the stories from around the world. The biggest inspirations are the workers you organize with. Anyone who organizes know that moment when the workers start to change the way they think and behave, when they start to when they evolve some courage, when they became more courageous, or when they realize that they have power in their hands and now start to using it. When they start taking things in their own hands. And like the best sentence I ever heard in unionizing, or one of the best, was the moment when they say to you, we will go to the boss alone. Jakov, don't go with us. We'll go alone and we will tell him that he's full of shit ourselves. You don't go with us. So, I mean, that's the inspiration. That's a really inspirational thing. Okay, maybe we can add, when I see these pictures, when I see these presentations of stories of workers together achieving a fight, what really inspires me that I'm imagining workers that I work with to be on that panel and to be that happy and to be proud of it. These images maybe just, I want us to have this experience of when that's maybe the most inspirational. But yeah, you get inspiration from the field, from the people you work with, not through big narratives. For me, at least in union job.
Yeah, thank you. Without boundaries. I agree. Now, we talked about the importance of Europa, the global agreement, and so, Sylvia, is there anything else that you think Europa could do or other global organizations could do to help and support unions in their own fighting for, better collective bargaining, a better condition for workers in care?
Tak už, ako som povedala, potrebujeme získať v prvom rade dôveru zamestnancov a tu nezískame spôsobom takým, aký to je, aký momentálne existuje. Potrebovali by sme podporu asi od všetkých. Neviem, naozaj. Je to ťažké.
Yes, I see the point, but perhaps we can take it together also with Adem and you can think upon, in terms of, for example, we also do know, we have a lot of kind of structures at the European level, okay, the uni, but also we have social dialogue committee, also within Europa and so forth. Is there anything that, and this is also addressed, for you, Adem, is there anything that will really make a difference in strengthening collective bargaining that could really, make a difference in helping you within these structures? Yeah, who wants to? Yeah, probably Adem can, and then Sylvia, you fill in. Yeah.
Teşekkürler. Aslında Oni ile biz tanıştığımızdan bugüne kadar 3 defa eğitim yaptık. Ve aslında faydalı da oldu. En azından bir örgütlenme, orta örgütlenme ne olduğunu, beraber nasıl yaparızı tartıştık. Bu bizim için iyi bir deneyimdi. Çünkü hem Avrupa'daki deneyimleri bize aktardılar hem de kendi örgütlenme buradaki başarılarını bizle paylaştılar. Dolayısıyla bizim açımızdan bu geliştirici bir şeydi. Biz bunun devamını tabii ki istiyoruz ve yapıyoruz da. Şu anda yapacağız herhalde. İleride bir daha yapacağız. Ama şöyle bir şey var. Sonuç olarak temel bir sorun var. Sorun tespiti ve çözüm açısından bir şey söylememiz lazım. Şimdi sorun şu. İşçiler geçinemiyor. Güvencesiz ve hiçbir haktan faydalanamıyor. Sendikaların buralarda bir birliktelik, beraber çalışmayı örgütlemesi gerekir. Bu açıdan da bizim şöyle şeylerimiz var. İşte biraz önce söyledim. Bir, bu alanın iyi tanınması, tahlil edilmesi ve ikincisi işçiye doğru çağrılar yapmak gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Mesela ülkemizde hala çalışma süreleri 45 saat ve uzun çalışıyoruz. İşte biz yılbaşından önce kampanya vari bir örgütlenme hedefliyoruz. İşte grev yasaklarına karşı bir mücadele, işte yüksek çalışma koşullarının düşürülmesi, işte meslek tanımlarının yayınlanması bakım işçiler açısından ve görev tanımlarına uygun çalıştırılması, işte iş güvencesi, sendikal haklar gibi bir dizi kampanya var, iş yapacağız. Yine ülkemizde vergi çok yüksek. Neredeyse ülke gelirinin tüm vergisini işçiler ödüyor. Yani daha sonra Bodrum çalışanlar ödüyor, işçisi memuru ödüyor. Dolayısıyla vergi meselesinin önemli olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Aslında işçilerin genel sıkıntılarının sendikal tarafından talep haline getirilmesini ve bu örgütlenmeyi becermemiz gerekiyor. Bu tek başımıza bizim yapacağımız bir sorun değil. Aslında buradaki tüm katılımcıların ortak bir desteğiyle yapacağımızı düşünüyoruz. Mesela grev meselesi desteklenmeli diye düşünüyorum. İşte çalışma sorunu ortak bir sorun ve bizim ciddi bir sorunumuz. Çünkü emeklilik çok uzun. İşte 60 yaşında emekli oluyoruz ve ortalama 45 yıl çalışmak durumunda kalıyoruz. Ki bakım sektörünün ağırlığını düşündüğümüzde bu sektörde 50 yaşında bir insanın çalışması da mümkün değil bu teknolojiyle. O yüzden buraların daha fazla irdelenmesine, buralardan daha fazla iş çıkarmaya ihtiyaç olduğunu düşünüyoruz. İşte o yüzden kuracağımız araştırma merkeziyle bunların belki altyapısını oluşturması gerektiğini, dilimiz, yani seslenişimizin, işçi hitabımızın belki buradan gelişeceğini düşünüyoruz. Hem buradaki uluslararası bilgi paylaşımı, buradaki ortak hürmet işler bizim de ufkumuzu açıyor. Biz burada olmaktan mutluyuz. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Adam. Sylvia, would you like to say something on top of this?
No, ja som chcela ešte povedať, že čo sa týka toho kolektívneho vyjednávania, najprv by sme sa museli dostať k tomu kolektívnemu vyjednávaniu. To znamená, že by nás museli akceptovať a počúvať. A pokiaľ nás nikto nebude počúvať a nebude nás akceptovať a nebude nás prizývať na vyjednávanie alebo na nejaké dohodnutia, takže z toho vyplýva asi, že nikdy to nebude rovnocenný partner náš, ako je štatutár, takže neviem, ako by sme to zmenili, ako by nám pomohli odbory a čo počúvam, tak áno, oni vyjednávajú v tom štýle, že ich niekto počúva, že ich akceptuje a nedehonestuje ako odbory. Takže asi tak. U nás je tiež veľký problém. Je tam podstav zamestnancov, samozrejme na 47 klientom, tam bývame 2-3, niekedy 4 s ťažkosťou. Pracujú nám tam zdravotné sestry, ktoré sú už vo vyššom dôchodkovom veku, sú 70 rokov, 78 rokov má druhá. A keď takáto pani má byť 12 hodín na smene, a sú tam klienti s ťažkými aj psychiatrickými diagnózami, ktorých treba sledovať. Takže keď to neustriehne, tak v rámci bezpečnosti svojej a bezpečnosti tých klientov musí tých klientov zamknúť, čož už hraničí asi s obmedzovaním osobnej slobody, na čo sme už tiež poukazovali. Jednoducho nemá na výber, ale stále sa to netýka štatutára, že je tam podstav. Lebo vykážeme na papieri, áno, 20 pracovníkov na zdravotný úsek, ale z toho asi 8 pracovníkov je na polovičný úväzok, takže to sú 4 reálne, keď sú na polovičný úväzok 8. Takže máme takéto problémy a to sa všetko skováva, zametá sa to pod koberec a nerieši sa nič. My sme stále kriminalizovaní za to, že pomenovávame tieto fakty a pracovníci, ktorí sa ozvú, že nevládzu alebo že boja sa, že ohrozujú, keď je tam podstav, ohrozujú život a zdravie tých klientov, tak sú nejasnými spôsobmi prepustení z práce skôr, ako začnú niečo riešiť.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think we are there. So we have done with our 45 minutes, if I don't make a mistake. But I would, if they are oh yes, sorry. So I was saying that we are done with the 45 minutes. But if there is any question from the floor, I see one hand up. Please go ahead.
Bună. În publicațiile de presă nu puteți găsi un partener în care să expuneți toate lucrurile care vi se întâmplă, toate barierele care vi se pun și automat informația și asta să ajungă la cât mai multă lume. În sensul ăsta, companiile sau instituțiile de stat o să ia mai mult drepturile angajaților în considerare, având în vedere că se pune o bulină neagră pe companiile respective sau nu sunt niște companii care să ofere nici siguranța angajaților și totodată nici condiții foarte bune clienților lor.
Mulțumesc frumos! Numele meu este Paraschiv Constantin, sunt președintele Federației Sindicatelor din Asigurări și Bănci din România. Nu am o întrebare, dar simt nevoia să fac câteva remarci cu privire la discuția pe care am avut-o. În primul rând, eu vreau să-i felicit pe colegii din Slovacia și din Turcia, pentru că în Turcia și în Slovacia, pentru a putea să fii lider sindical, trebuie să ai un foarte mare curaj. Noi cunoaștem politica antisocială și antisindicală încurajată de către guvernele țărilor respective. Avem o experiență neplăcută în România cu o firmă din Cehia, în care firma respectivă a dat dispoziție să ne omoare un lider sindical. Iar liderul sindical a fost ucis din dispoziția șefului companiei respective. Deci pentru mine este o mare bucurie să aflu că totuși în cele două țări sunt și oameni curajoși. Aș veni să o completez pe colega din Slovacia și să vă spun că, în opinia noastră, nu este nevoie doar să încurajăm pe oameni, pentru că oamenii ar avea să comunicăm cu oamenii, ci avem nevoie să încurajăm mai mult și să încurajăm, de asemenea, să trimitem un mesaj foarte clar către guverne și către angajatori să-și ia mâna de pe libertățile noastre de organizare sindicală pentru a putea să ne reprezentăm oamenii așa cum trebuie. Asta trebuie să fie mesajul nostru important. Și mai am un mesaj și apreciez extraordinar de mult intervenția colegei noastre de la Europa. Noi cunoaștem foarte bine, Europa se implică foarte mult în foarte multe proiecte, numai că, de multe ori, fondurile sunt extrem de limitate și nu sunt suficiente pentru a putea să răspundem tuturor problematicilor de la nivel european. Asta presupune, în schimb, că Parlamentul European ar trebui să fie ceva mai atent la problemele noastre și să vină să ne încurajeze și să ne sprijine mai mult prin mai multe proiecte pentru a putea să dezvoltăm și să reprezentăm așa cum ar trebui salariații pentru nivelul secolului la care ne aflăm. Totuși, nu putem să mai vorbim de o luptă împotriva organizării sindicale pe care o simțim foarte direct din partea atât a guvernelor care încurajează companiile să împiedice dezvoltarea activității sindicale. Atât am avut de spus, vă mulțumesc.
Okay, so perhaps I would stop here. Is there anybody else that wants to intervene? Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. Very, very short. Very short. Then, yeah. And then we.
Ja by som chcela ešte odpovedať tomu pánovi z tých médií. Myslím, že som dobre pochopila otázku, že by sme to mali medializovať a že možno by sa to potom trochu posunulo. Vy ste hovorili? Takže chcem povedať, áno, medializovali sme tieto problémy zamestnaní. Za to boli moji traja kolegovia, ktorí vypovedali o týchto podmienkach, prepustení. Ja som bola prepustená ako predseda aj napriek tomu, že som tam nevystupovala v tej televízii. Tie podmienky tam boli popísané, povedané, všetko. Pokiaľ sa to dostalo vyššie, boli tam nejaké fotky, ktoré poukazovali na to, že sú tam tí klienti bití. Kolegyňa, ktorá sa vyjadrila, ktorá je momentálne, alebo už teda dlhodobo a momentálne na invalidnom dôchodku z toho všetkého, tvrdila, že ten jeden klient ubil toho druhého na smrť. Boli tam tieto fotky. Štatutár sa vyjadril v tom zmysle, že sú to fotky, ktoré sme klientov natáčali v chulostivých situáciách, vlastne za to nás kriminalizujú. A nikto, žiadne orgány trestné v činnom konaní sa neuistili, že tí klienti tam boli, áno, boli tam na fotkách, ale neboli v chulostivých situáciách, ale sme chceli poukázať na to, alebo sme chceli hovoriť o tom, ktoré fotky tam boli pridané, že tí klienti sú tam bití. Nikto toto nerieši, stále sa robí hmla medzi tým, že tam je to všetko v poriadku a my sme tí, ktorí sme tie fotky vlastne šírili, aj keď sme ich nešírili my, pretože tá pani z tých médií sa venovala tomuto domovu už asi rok. Takže tak.
Regarding media, Media can be a good leverage point to pressure the employer, especially in the context where the strike and right to strike is limited. I mean, not necessarily right to strike, but the willingness to strike in a nursing home, at least in my experience, was very low because of the feeling of responsibility to the workers. So some longer strike is not so much an option. Then media pressure can be a good leverage point, especially because the management actually afraid of it, because all of the customers Google it, blah, blah. But yeah, that is a good leverage point. But on the other hand, we need to be aware media wants to bite on something that is really big enough, scandalous, shocking, or blah, blah, blah. It can then also provide you problems again with the management if you go too far, if you still hope that you will have a dialogue. And the second thing, I mean, the media is controlled by 2 or 3 very, very rich people, conglomerates, who will not be on your side. Like, they will not follow your struggle. The media that will follow your struggle are mostly smaller, independent, and don't have so big of a outreach. So it's a valid strategy, but we need to be aware of all the risk and be smart how to use it. That's my opinion.
Okay, so I think we are done. Well, let me give a big applause to the panelists. Very much. Thank you very much to everybody, to Sylvia, to Jakov, to Jannette, and to Adem. It was really interesting to meet you, and thank you for your stories, to telling us and sharing with us. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We have a small coffee break while we're setting up for the next panel, so feel free to get your stuff. Yeah, and there's so much. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's why I brought her, because this is really you see that, like, there are rules, there are laws, and they're not being Yes, but it's a different union. It's public sector union. They joined the union, which is although they are in the public sector. Yes. Yeah, so also this union fragmentation, because that's why I think they should have better under the public union, because we need
The other ones should be.
tables were a bit more packed.
Yeah, that would be, yeah, sure. That's good. Yeah. No, that's but they confirmed still today and stuff. So
Oh, you've heard that of the Slovakia sample?
yeah.
When you really Come. Welcome back, everybody. Or welcome to the new people in the room. For those who are new, we have some space in the front as well. Zal ik even jouw dingetje zoeken? If you want, you can grab your coffee or your tea. I was going to go and introduce you so you can have a nice walk in here. Welcome. Take any seat that you think. We can shift this around easier than this. Welcome back, everybody. I'm very happy to introduce the next panel to all of you. Just for all the new people in the room, this panel will be mostly in English, I assume. If you want to speak in your own language, you're welcome because we have the interpretation available. I am requesting also for the panelists, before I introduce you, please speak slowly. If you do not, I will intervene because we have interpretation online for all the participants. And I'm very happy to welcome the next panel with us now with the title Smart Bargaining in Europe's Services Sector, What is Needed? I'm happy to introduce your moderator, Stan de Spiegelaere from UniEuropa. And Stan, please welcome your team.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have planned next to the sectoral panels also what we have called a political panel to talk not about how to build up collective bargaining only from bottom up, but also from the policy side. Now, in order to make sure that our dear guests understand where they are very well, I'm just going to make a small description. So we are here in a conference on collective bargaining in the services sector. So we're concentrated on private services sectors. And we are concentrating on a number of countries which are not the classic Western European countries. So in the audience today, we have both trade unionists and researchers from countries like Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, Serbia, North Macedonia, and Turkey. So we're why do we in this project concentrate on those countries and on the service sectors? Because in both cases, we know that collective bargaining coverage is more challenging and the coverage is much weaker in those sectors and in those countries. So if the European Union wants to evolve towards better coverage of collective bargaining, then we need to concentrate on the challenges of those sectors and those countries. So that's the setting that we're in. We have three speakers. We have Diana from the European Commission. We have Branislav from the European Parliament and Oliver Roethig from UniEuropa. And I would propose to start with you, Diana, from the European Commission side. I mean, we have a very important directive, which is called the Minimum Wage Directive, which is next to establishing procedures for setting minimum wages, also has as objective to promote collective bargaining. It was being challenged in court. You might know there was a court case against the directive, but that is now over, and most of the directive is standing stronger than ever. So now we need to go towards the implementation of the directive with national action plans on the promotion of collective bargaining. And one of the questions that we have as trade unions is what is the role of the European Commission in this, in making sure that those national action plans are good, are ambitious, are followed, are actually implemented? Could you explain a little bit how the European Commission will go about that? If you just push the button, and yeah, there we go.
All right, now it's on. So thank you, Stan. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today because as Stan has explained, I worked at the European Commission, but a bit more than that, I am the team leader for sectoral social dialogue in the social dialogue unit of DG Employment. So I'm very happy to see actually the result of one of the projects that we are funding, and in such an important field, because I think the private services is a very big sector, if not the biggest. Yeah, I mean, it's a multi-sector, absolutely. So it's, there you go. So this is really important, and I can only welcome it. Now, it's not our unit who deals with the minimum wage directive, but we have been looking at it, of course. We have been a little bit involved because, as you know, it has an important collective bargaining part that we are also super happy to see stayed. Article 4 from the directive is, I think, is of a crucial importance when it comes to collective bargaining. Now, when we look at Article 4, there is a distinction that I wanted to make. First of all, there are two obligations coming from Article 4.2, more specifically, the one that refers to the member states having a lower than 80% collective bargaining coverage, which is one, the obligation to provide the framework of enabling conditions for collective bargaining, and the second one is the obligation to come up with an action plan to increase collective bargaining coverage. As you certainly know, the 80% is not a target in itself to be achieved. It's only a trigger. So it works in the sense that member states who do not have 80%, and only about 9 member states in the Union have above 80% collective bargaining coverage. So those who are below, they need to come up with an action plan to promote collective bargaining coverage. Now, what will the Commission do with the action plans? So by the end of this year, normally the member states should send their action plans to the Commission, taking into account that this is an obligation of effort to increase collective bargaining coverage and not of result. The Commission will first and foremost look at whether the action plan is there or not. This is a palpable thing. This is something that the Commission can look at. So it can indeed take measures if the member state does not adopt an action plan, although they should. Then, following the submission of the action plan, the Commission will need to actually draft a report and send this report every second year to the European Parliament. And the first report should come in the first semester of 2026. Let's follow up closely when this report comes. We will see when the colleagues have drafted it and see what it contains in the end. The diversity of systems will, of course, and should be taken into account when assessing the action plans. It couldn't be otherwise because there is no one size fits all for social dialogue. So the directive itself says that the diversity of systems should be taken into account. I have some notes, so I'm trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Yeah, maybe this is a little bit of a further perspective, I would say, but in 2029, the Commission will also have to make an entire evaluation or an evaluation of the entire directive, and again report to the co-legislators on how it went, what's the reviewing the implementation of the directive and whether it was fit for purpose or not. Finally, on the action plans, we do expect them to progressively increase collective bargaining coverage rates. There is also an obligation for the member states to review the action plans regularly. So this is another element to be taken into account. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're talking here about national action plans to promote collective bargaining in the different member states. And we have our second guest is not only a member of the European Parliament, but has experience as a national policy maker in the field of labor and collective bargaining. So in Slovakia, to be specific. So I was wondering, building on that experience, what do you think that a country like Slovakia, but I'm talking about more than Slovakia, the bigger region. What are one of the most effective ways, according to you, to promote collective bargaining from a policy point of view?
Well, I think that there are two main tools which, based on my experience from Slovakia, should be used for improvement of collective bargaining and the coverage of workers by collective agreements. The first is focused in, let's say in a field of education. We need much more to encourage our people to do collective bargaining, and I think that a very important tool how to do it is to extend the level or increase the level of their education. And therefore, I think that your project is very useful for that. Because speaking about education, I think that very important is exchange of best practices or any experiences, even bad experiences can be used as a interesting tool how not to do the things or what to avoid in a practice in other countries. So exchange of experiences, sharing of best practices. This is something what I'm absolutely sure we need, speaking, let's say, on behalf of Slovakia. And I think that I may say it also on behalf of Slovak trade unions, because this is my background. In the past, I served as a state secretary for labor social affairs in the Slovakia, but originally I came from trade union family. And also now I feel myself to be a representative of trade unions in the European Parliament. So I think that, from my perspective, the education, sharing of best practices, education focused on legal framework which are available for collective bargaining, how to implement this legal framework. This is something what really could help. What could help to improve the quality of collective bargaining and also to extend collective bargaining, and finally the coverage of workers in a service sectors by collective agreements. I'm saying it because it's based on and let me share with you one particular experience. Some years ago. It has been some 10 years ago when I served as a state secretary. We introduced the project, which then that time has been called Center for Social Dialogue. The project has been financed by the European Social Fund, and through this project, we invested to improvement of human capacities of social partners, both on analytical level or analytical capacities and also personal capacities directly related to the collective bargaining. And one my friend who represented that time the management of national railways, once he met me and he told me, I was absolutely surprised how changed the approach of trade unionists in our company to the collective bargaining. They came and he worked there. He has been working there for a very long time. And he told me, for the first time, I feel I feel shortages in collective bargaining on my side, and I'm surprised how prepared they came for a first round of collective bargaining. They were absolutely prepared. They had some economic analyses, they had the analysis of the legislation, everything. And he told me, I'm absolutely surprised what happened with them. And I told him, because we started this project. And through this project, we started to prepare, even we provided even communication trainings to the trade union representatives responsible for collective bargaining. And this is the particular example that it works, that even the partners on employers' side may be surprised how trade unionists are well prepared for a collective bargaining. So education. And the second issue or second tool is to improve security of trade union work at the company level. Unfortunately, in Slovakia, during last 2-3 years, we face a wave of dismissal of dismissal of trade unionists from the companies. A wave. If we just few months ago, we made an, let's say, investigation and then analysis, and we found that during last 10 years, between 2012 and 2022, we found 3 particular cases when trade union representatives at the company level has been fired. During 10 years, 3 cases. During the last 2 years, 11 cases. So what we found is that we need to improve the position and the let's say the security of the position of trade unions at the company level. And therefore, just 2 weeks ago, I agreed with our minister to amend the labor code in order to introduce much more stricter rules for dismissal of trade unions. Because what we found is that after, even if this dismissal is mostly illegal, however, the average time when courts decided on the dismissal as an illegal act done by employer in Slovakia is 7-8 years. We even found the cases which took 11 years from dismissal to the final court decision. 11 years. And I think that it's absolutely obvious to everyone that if ordinary workers, if ordinary trade unionists face such a situation, they see that their leader faces the court for years. This is something what makes them afraid to be active in a collective bargaining, in doing anything like as a trade unionist. So therefore, my last sentence, therefore, I think that not just the court decision on directive on minimum wages, but also adoption of revision of the directive on European work councils is or could be a very important legislative step forward, because as a part of this revision, we also introduced some new obligation of member states regarding to let's say security of trade union work. So the second issue is to make the position of trade union representative much more secure.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it really is reflecting a lot of the stuff that we've heard in the previous panel, and some of the people in the room can personally tell you stories about this kind of things. And I'm pretty sure that we'll get some reactions later. But before that, I would like to go to Oliver. So we've had, let's say, the European vision. We had a national vision, a European Commission vision, national vision. Now it's time for the European Trade Union vision. In the previous parts of this conference, we've seen that from services sectors, there's a lot of specific challenges that services sectors face in collective bargaining. And I was wondering, from a point of view of Europa, what are some of the main leverage points that you see in how to improve collective bargaining in the service sectors?
I think the first point I want to make is collective bargaining is a key criteria for functioning social dialogue and indeed for a functioning social model in Europe. So without, we don't have this. So we had our Congress this year, and the slogan was forward through collective bargaining, real say, more pay, and better working conditions. And I think that's what trade unions are about, and our means is collective bargaining. So it's really in the center of our activities. And for us, when we look at the economy, we need this in the center there as well, because otherwise it doesn't work. When we look from a trade union perspective, there are really three elements what we can see how we can engage. The first one is bottom up, really strengthening our own organizing capacity, our trade union structure, to actually negotiate for our members in an effective way. But not only negotiate for them, but actually bring them into the negotiations. I mean, it is about them, and we're democratic organizations, so we want to give them real say, and that is really one of the challenges we feel, that whether it is at the workplace, but also in society at large, workers, and that's a majority of the citizens, have the feeling nobody really cares what they are thinking and want. And I think with collective bargaining, we can change it, because there it's the closest to you. So bottom up, strengthening it, and we're having in Central and Eastern Europe, we have our organizing centers in Central and Eastern Europe, of course, and we have a new one for 2 years now in Southeastern Eastern Europe, based in Romania, where we really try to push it. The second point is really top down, and that's for us here at European level. What framework can we have at European level? We talked already about the minimum wage directive. Today, just less than an hour ago, the quality jobs roadmap came out, and I'm considerably happy, not totally, but happy that they talk about strengthening and promoting collective bargaining, as well as public procurement, so using some of the tools. And I think it's important, and as Branislav said already, we have some issues here. First of all, trade unions are not sufficiently protected. Trade union busting should be a crime. In some countries it is, in some others it isn't. And we just have US companies who have this as a business model and come to Europe to try to bring this here as well. The other issue, which also at European level is often not discussed, collective bargaining is good, but a key part of collective bargaining is the ability, in the last resort, to go to strike. And if you don't have this, then it makes it a bit difficult. And then, of course, we have to increase membership. The aim is 80% coverage. Well, as a trade unionist, I say it's 100%. But I mean, let's at least aim at the 80%. And when we want to go there, I think one of the challenges is capacity building. In the current ESF, we have some money allocated ring fence for capacity building. I think that is important that this stays in the new financial budget for the next 7 years. And I've seen in several countries now in Central and Eastern Europe where our unions try to get the money, and they get the money. It's extremely difficult. I give you one example. We had one union saying, okay, we want to do something at national level, and we would like to have Europa as a social partner at European level, as a partner in there. And the first comment was, yeah, but you have to do, how do you say? You basically have to do a procurement one. There could be others in there as well. So totally absurd. And then you just have points in there as if the trade union movement at European level, the social partners are a consultancy rather than the representative of the workers. And that brings me there to this third element, and that's a bit sideways, especially when we look at Central and Eastern Europe. The major players in the markets are multinational companies who are not coming from Central and Eastern Europe. And very often they have the tendency to say, well, you know, I'm a foreign company, so I don't really want to intervene in domestic affairs, so I stay out of it. Which is all right when you have about 0.5% of market coverage, but if the three big ones have about 80%, that's just taking your responsibility not seriously. So we are really trying through our European Works Councils, trade union alliances, to push this in this direction, that they actually have to work on on social dialogue and collective bargaining at national level, and that's our responsibility. And of course, we want to have sectoral social dialogue in the first place, and we're working there in some of the sectors also together with our social partners here at European level. But I think there, also from the political side, at the national level, at the European level, a bit more push to all of us, and especially on the employers, to actually engage in this is important. And Diana was saying, services, private services is an important sector. We are the biggest sector in the economy, far over 50%. It's a growing sector. And we are a sector where we have a lot of small and medium-sized companies. We don't have the big factories or public administration, so it's much more difficult to organize. So actually, we need more help and support because it's just more cost intensive, but it's also much easier in a big crowd to fight back than when you're in a small crowd. So it's really also an issue of freedom from fear. And there, as Branislav said it, we need to protect our members. If you want to engage in a trade union and you see that one of your colleagues who tried this before is sacked, that's not good. So we really have to make sure that in the end, we criminalize trade union busting. Yeah. That's a labor crime, and it should be not something where you pay a fine from your petty cash. It should have consequences for the people who are responsible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Diana, I see you writing a lot of stuff down. So I'm guessing that first of all, we need an extra notebook here on stage. And second, I'm guessing that you have a lot of reactions. So feel free to react to the other speakers if you want. But I think one of the next question I would like to ask, and then I'm coming to you, Branislav, again, is obviously you said it, and it has also been noted by the other speakers. The minimum wage directive is not the only way that the European Commission can or might promote collective bargaining, and maybe also through social dialogue, through the work that you do. Could you explain a little bit more about the other ways or the plans that the European Commission of the European Union has to strengthen the capacity of the social partners, collective bargaining in general, social dialogue in general? And feel free to react also to the other speakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once again, I think, also in what I will say next, we will touch upon indeed what has been said. No, I find everything that's being said interesting. I'm taking notes also for myself, because we always keep these, take them with us, and then we use them in our work after that as well. So it's always useful to have. Now, when I'm being asked, what do I do for a job, is that I say that I help the social partners have a stronger voice, in a sense, because we are working with them in the sectoral social dialogue committees. Of course, those are closest to me, also in the cross-industry social dialogue committee, and so on and so forth. And we see also the work between the EU level and the national level, and this is very useful. Also, coming back to collective bargaining, this is really the core business of social dialogues. I mean, there is also the tripartite part, but indeed, without collective bargaining between the workers and employers' sides, we see social dialogue, and social dialogue is really an important part of the construction of the European Union. So it's we fully agree on its objective and on its aim. Speaking about public procurement a little bit, because you have asked on. We can look, of course, at what there is. So we have the minimum wage directive, and it also has provisions on strengthening actually protection. We have the Council recommendation, let's not forget, on strengthening social dialogue. It's a non-binding document, but it has very, very interesting and important elements on supporting it in the member states and on guiding member states towards the implementation of the Pillar Principle 8 on social dialogue. We have the Platform Work Directive as well. And I was very pleased to see in the Platform Work Directive this obligation to create virtual meeting spaces for workers, where the workers can actually get organized and discuss with each other to get organized, as well as with their trade unions. So again, one step forward towards the representation in the future. We used to say future world of work. Now even our EVP or commissioner, she says it's the now world of work because it's happening. Then there will be there is the Quality Jobs Roadmap already, and there will be a Quality Jobs Act. And one of the parts of the Quality Jobs Act that will be in focus is enforcement. This also comes closer to the protection of trade union leaders, but not only, it's also enforcement in general, because you are mentioning, Branislav, indeed, the very long procedures in court. And it's normal, you have a directive, then it's being implemented in the member states, and then it's being taken forward by the national authorities. It's beyond, it's out of our hands in a sense. And if enforcement of the national law transposing a directive is not happening soon enough and properly enough, then we have a problem. And even if we go to court and we get our rights recognized and so on, it takes very long. So I was a lawyer, I know, I've seen that. And indeed, my conclusion was as well that it's better to solve the issues before you get to court. For procurement authorities, we spend around 50% of EU GDP. It's quite an amount on public procurement, and this can be indeed a powerful tool to boost quality jobs and boost sustainable growth there. And there are already provisions in the public procurement directives. They are already requiring employers to respect labor law and practices, what is in the member states. We have this taken over as well in the minimum directive, in the minimum wage directive. We also mentioned it in the council recommendation. There are also make clauses that allow contracting authorities to exclude employers who do not abide by labor obligations from procurement provisions and other non-binding tools. But it is true that in a broad part, the lowest price ratio is still the most used criterion when coming to public procurement. And you will see in the Quality Jobs Roadmap announced as well that in 2026, the Commission will actually explore how to better promote a socially responsible public procurement. And in this respect, I would also mention the dedicated hearings that we have with the social partners on the public procurement directives, both on evaluation as well as on the revision of the public procurement directives. And there, the recognized social partners have the possibility to bring in feedback and contribute to the process.
Okay, great. That's some good news, I think. Let's go to Branislav again. So previously I asked you what you think could be done from the national level, from your experience in Slovakia. But obviously now you're an MEP, right? You work at the European Parliament. What do you think your role as European Parliament, member of the European Parliament now could be to strengthen, to help the trade unions where you come from, to help the countries like Slovakia where you come from to strengthen their social dialogue systems and their collective bargaining?
No public contract without collective agreement. European Commission, yeah. European Commission just, I think 2 weeks ago, just opened public consultations on revision of public procurement legislation. And according to the work plan of the Commission, we expect that the revision will be presented in third quarter, I think in third quarter of next year, or even second maybe. So that will be in my opinion, in my view, this will be the main challenge for us who wants to improve collective bargaining and the position of trade unions. This is something what I present in the European Union from the very beginning of this mandate. And this is something what I communicated also in pre-election campaigns in Slovakia. Because let's say in a capitalistic world is absolutely obvious that the commercial relations are the most important tool how to steer the society, let's say. And therefore, the public procurement, I think that could be the most efficient tool how to improve collective bargaining and how to extend coverage of workers by collective agreements. I will add to Diana's number, the figure, one more. 2 trillion euros is a word of public procurement, is a word of annual public procurement around the European Union. So at European, at national, and also at the regional and local level. I mean, public procurement, which is proceed by local or regional governments. 2 trillion euro is a huge amount of money, which could be, and in my opinion, should be used for improvement of social, of the quality of life of workers and quality of working conditions. So definitely for me, and I presented it 2 weeks ago at a meeting of Parliamentary Intergroup for Trade Unions, for me, the main challenge, the most important activity, let's say legislative activity in the European Parliament for next year will be focused on public procurement, on the revision of public procurement rules in the European Union. And then what will be important will be a transposition of these new European rules at the national level. Because, and this is my second point, I think that what we, as members of European Parliament, even if now we are speaking about the European level, however, I think that what we as members of European Parliament can do, and even should do, is to, let's say, to utilize informal power of our position at the national level as well. So not just the European one. Because I don't know how it works in your countries, but in Slovakia, for example, the position of member of European Parliament has a value. It's a value. And it has an impact. And I think that therefore it is important not just to decide on legislation framework in the European Parliament, in the Council, but it is important, and I think that it is integral part of our work as MEPs, is to make sure that this European legislation framework is then properly implemented at the national level. And therefore, for example, I'm leaving Brussels today afternoon, and tomorrow I have a meeting with the president of Slovak Trade Union Confederation, and I want to talk to her how we are going to implement or to make a pressure from the side of trade unions to implement, let's say, latest European legislations and I mean two directives, minimum wage and European work councils, this. And it makes for me important also one additional idea which Oliver gave me just a few minutes ago, mentioning multinationals. I think that improvement of position of European Work Council should be used by us as a trade unionist at the national level for improvement of our position, because in Slovakia, almost 80% of economy is managed and in fact is owned by multinationals. So more than 80% of Slovak workers work in multinational companies. And unfortunately, our experience is that their behavior in our country is totally different how they operate in their domestic, let's say, countries. Mentioning, for example, banking sector. Few years ago, we faced the situation that Slovak Banking Association refused to conduct collective bargaining at sectoral level. They simply announced to the trade unionists, we change our legal form, and therefore, according to the law, we are not obliged to make the collective bargaining. And this is the association, the organization consisting of Raiffeisen operating in Slovakia, Unicredit Bank operating in Slovakia, Intesa BCI operating in Slovakia. And I, as a state secretary, I went to their mothers and I asked them, Do you conduct collective bargaining in Austria, in Italy, in other countries? And they inform me, yes, of course. In Italy, UniCredit Bank never think, I mean, management of UniCredit Bank in Italy never think that they can refuse a proposal for collective agreement. Raiffeisen Bank in Austria never even can think, just privately think that they will refuse communicate with their trade unions. But in Slovakia, they do. They do. So therefore, what I think is also important is to improve position of European Working Council, to mobilize trade unions around the European Union to be as much active as possible in European work councils and to use European work councils as a tool for solidarity among trade unionists around the Europe. That will be also very important. So that means, just to summarize, no public contract without collective agreement for next year, the most important legislative task, and implementation of European legislative, proper implementation of the European legislative framework at the national level. I think that for let's say next period, for next year, I see these as the most important for MEP who cooperates with trade union. That's it.
That's a very, very clear answer. We're gonna go. I'm gonna ask a last question to Oliver, and then I'm gonna turn it to the room for some Q&A. So please already prepare some questions that you have 5 more minutes to prepare them. So Oliver, we have been talking a little bit about public procurement, and basically, if you look at the rules on public procurement, for many countries, it's rather easy. Right, you just ask the company to follow the sectoral agreements. But we are here in a room with a lot of countries who don't have sectoral agreements, or where mostly the collective bargain is on the company level. How do you see that the public procurement can strengthen collective bargaining in countries like Slovakia, where, for example, the banks just say, sorry, we don't do the sectoral level anymore?
Well, I mean, first of all, of course, one of the purpose to have the public procurement directive pushing them to sector collective bargaining, because I mean, one point is quite clear, and Diana, when the Commission will be reviewing the national action plans, if you want to reach or come close to 80%, you need sector collective bargaining, otherwise it doesn't work. So that's basically where we need to push, and I think that has to be made very clear by the social partners, but also by the European institutions. More practical, of course, indeed, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, we have too many countries where we don't have sectoral multi-company collective agreements. But there it's easy as well. I mean, Malta is one of the examples. If you have a collective agreement, even at company level, you should get some brownie points for this, you know, because collective bargaining is a value in itself, not only in the terms of industrial relations, because also for the fabric of society and the European social model. And what we don't want is that, and this is a bit the problem with the system at the moment, that many business were, let's say, not too friendly to workers. I mean, they say as soon as you restrict our right to do whatever we want, it's discrimination. What happened with the current system of public procurement is it's actually discriminating as those companies who have good industrial relations and the relationship has a collective agreement. Because especially in the services sectors, the easiest way to compete is by the labor costs. And of course, when you have a collective agreement, you have good standards of labor. And when you compete on the labor cost and you go below this because you don't have a collective agreement, you kick out those companies. And I was just talking to our commerce employers, and one of the points they were saying, and it's in their case even clearer, because the big providers from which companies, retail companies buy their products, there are only very few. So their prices are basically fixed and you can't negotiate very much. So the only thing which is actually left are the social costs, the labor costs. So everybody is competing on this. And when we, as a system, require basically, well, you can do whatever you want and you get public money for doing this as well, then public money is financing actually breaching the system, breaching good working conditions, and that we have to change. And there with the public procurement directive, with the revision, we have possibilities. I mean, making sure that if there is a multi-company sectoral agreement, then those guys get the preference. You have to promote it. And if it's not there, then you need to get award points, where you have to make sure that everybody who is on the way as a company gets not discriminated against, but rather promoted to make sure the society works and the social system we have in Europe work. One last point I want to make, and you were talking about learning from each other. Some of you might have seen this as a project we finished last year, I think. We had, I think, 15 countries and asked, so what are the major obstacles and solutions for multi-company collective bargaining? And we put this into a card stack. So it's really interesting. And it's a very simple way to find out what happens. And the interesting part for us was we got everyone together and everybody has, of course, a different background. And you only think about your background, and they said, oh, we never thought about this one. Yeah. Let's try this. And I think that's the strength of the trade union movement at European level. And finally, the trade unions are not an NGO. We are not looking for the Commission and others to regulate our affairs. We as social partners, we have the strength of self-regulation through collective bargaining. And in the discussion here about red tape and smart regulation, I think the easiest way, at least in the world of work, is empower the trade unions and the employers to negotiate on an eye level, and then you don't need much less legislation and much red tape, and we have basically positive deregulation in that sense. Thank you.
Positive deregulation. Okay, I need to think about that one. We're going to turn now to the room, and I see that there's already a lot of questions. So Fiona, maybe we start there, and I also see that Jakov over there.
Bună ziua! Vă mulțumesc că sunt aici și am asistat la o dezbatere foarte interesantă. Sunt Vasile Gogescu, președintele Federației Sindicatelor din Comerț din România. Din păcate, pentru restul publicului, am 3 întrebări pentru fiecare din cei 3 paneliști. Încep cu onoratul deputat Branislav Otruș. O întrebare, mai mult cu o plângere, să spunem, o lamentație. În România, în sistemul de învățământ public, nu se vorbește absolut nimic despre negocieri colective sau sindicate. Termină copiii școala, intră în câmpul muncii și habar nu au că există negocieri colective sau că există un organism care poate să-i ajute în activitatea lor profesională. Nu credeți că ar fi timpul ca în toate statele Uniunii Europene aceste lucruri să fie prevăzute în legislația europeană și după aia în legislația națională? A doua întrebare este pentru onorata doamnă Cumpănă. Știți ce se întâmplă în România? Știți problemele care sunt cu criza economică în care ne aflăm și care a fost direcționată spre plată, mai ales către persoanele vulnerabile, cei cu salarii mici și pe ei afectează cel mai mult și pensionarii cu pensii foarte mici. Iar acum se discută despre înghețarea salariului minim pe economie, cel prevăzut în legislația națională care a transpus directiva privind salariul minim european. Cum credeți că vor rezista angajații din România pe o inflație de 10% care a fost anul ăsta, pe o inflație prognozată de unii numai la 6%, dar eu zic tot de 10% va fi și la anul, cu veniturile pe care le au astăzi și aici mă adresez cel mai mult dumneavoastră, în spiritul declarației doamnei Mânzatu, care a spus că dacă nu se mărește și dacă se îngheață salariul minim pe economie în România, nu va fi declanșată o procedură de infringement asupra României. Că poate rămâne salariul minim la nivelul actual. Iar pentru Valeria e ceva care am discutat și în pauză. Revin. Legislația din România a fost schimbată, drepturile la negocieri colective sunt mult mai clare, mult mai ușor de realizat, se pot întâmpla. Problema este că negocierea colectivă actuală este total dezechilibrată. Sindicatele din România, conform legislației actuale, aproape nu au dreptul să facă grevă. Este aproape imposibil de ajuns la o grevă legală, fiindcă în România o grevă trebuie să o confirme justiția dacă este legală sau nu. Neavând dreptul la grevă, negocierile sunt total dezechilibrate, știind angajatorii că efectiv nu ai ce să le faci. Fiindcă, într-adevăr, dialogul social se suportă cu niște cheltuieli. Dar cheltuielile cu dialogul social sunt mult mai mici decât cheltuielile cu o grevă, cu un conflict social de amploare. Nu vrem să ajungem la grevă. Nu asta e dorința noastră. Am organizat sindicatele în spiritul dialogului social. Dar atâta timp cât nu ai alt instrument prin care să combați politica antisindicală, antinegociere, antidrepturi pentru angajați, este absolut necesar și dreptul la grevă. Mulțumesc!
Sperăm ca delegația României să nu plictisească auditoriu. Eu tot din România vin. Sunt președintele Federației Sindicatelor din Asigurări și Bănci și vreau mai întâi de toate să salut intervențiile paneliștilor, pentru că am ascultat astăzi nu o intervenție de europarlamentari, ci o intervenție de sindicaliști autentici. Și asta ne bucură foarte mult, pentru că ne dă încredere că chiar putem să avem niște parteneri serioși în ceea ce vă privește pe dumneavoastră. De asemenea, vreau să salut Comisia Europeană pentru două instrumente extrem de utile și de importante pentru noi ca sindicaliști. Vorbesc de data asta din partea română și aici vorbesc de directiva privind salariul minim și directiva privind transparența salarială. Sunt lucruri extraordinar de importante pentru noi în negocieri, pentru că noi suntem privilegiați în sensul că ne numărăm printre cei 80% care participăm la negocierea contractului colectiv de muncă. Totodată, apreciem faptul că la nivelul Comisiei Europene se așteaptă un raport al țărilor privind modul de implementare în ceea ce privește negocierea contractului colectiv de muncă și gradul de acoperire de 80%. Dar cred că nu este suficient numai atât și am să vă spun cel puțin partea română. Noi românii suntem foarte buni specialiști în a prezenta proiecte și ne a angaja în lucruri extraordinar de mari, dar suntem puțin mai reticenți în ceea ce privește modul de implementare a acestora. De aceea am recomandat și Comisiei și Parlamentului să ne sprijiniți printr-o monitorizare mai atentă asupra modului de implementare a acestor angajamente. Pentru că, în opinia noastră, 2029 față de 2026 este o perioadă destul de lungă, ori în această perioadă ar trebui să fim mai atenți și să vedem cum putem să facem acești pași pentru ca în 2029 să ne atingem acest obiectiv a gradului de acoperire de 80% în ceea ce privește contractele colective de muncă. Și un alt lucru, și cu asta am încheiat, am dorit ca acest grad de acoperire să nu fie numai la nivel național, pentru că eu vă spun un lucru, poate fi foarte simplu să negociem un contract la nivel național, dar dacă nu reușim să acoperim și sectoarele de activitate de la nivel național cu 80%, vom fi în situația de a avea un contract colectiv la nivel național, dar nu vom avea măcar 80% din contractele colective de la nivel sectorial. Vă mulțumesc!
We're going to take 2 more questions here, but please keep them rather short, because otherwise we're going to run out of time.
Okay, I'll be short. Fuck, I hear myself. Regarding the directives. So we have now a trend in Croatia. It's happening. I don't know how many times it will happen, but with this public procurement and in general talking about collective bargaining agreements, employers are incentivized to find unions that are not maybe so active or not so good, or the same unions that didn't act 20 years to fight for a sectoral agreement or are just too weak or inactive. I will not go into that. To find them and sign the symbolic CBA. Symbolic CBA means collective bargaining agreement. It satisfied all three sides. State is satisfied because it can present numbers to the upper echelons. Then the employer is satisfied because he gets access to the money, and the union is satisfied because it saved him from dying, because they were slowly just dying in the sector. So actually we have 2 sectoral bargaining agreements signed in Croatia on this wave of signing. It's in wood industry and retail industry. Retail industry is actually big in Croatia. It just formalized the bad working conditions, the conditions that already existed, that were already a standard and they're bad. It just formalized it, but also that's the way to keep other unions out of the process. So the unions that were inactive or unwilling to act or even yellow are put in the position to now again represent the workers, even though the workers don't want them or didn't do anything for workers. Now they get representation, they get allied with the employer, and now they have a common enemy, a union that comes from outside to actually fight for better working conditions. So the question is, I don't expect clear answers, but how to did you think about it, how to prevent this to be just a pro forma activity to enable employers to get public procurement money and actually to be a barrier to trade union organizing that is actually organizing and fighting for the better working conditions?
Thank you. My name is Marta Kahancová. I'm a researcher from Slovakia, and I very closely follow all EU-level regulations and development. And I wonder, how can we bring all of this that is happening, all these regulatory efforts and bargaining, public procurement, the discussion on the quality of jobs, further to the jobs that are not based on a standard employment relationship? Because a lot is happening also in the services sector, where talking about bargaining doesn't make sense right now because there is a lot of undeclared work or unreported hours, a lot of outsourcing, a lot of all kinds of consultancy services in the finance sector, a lot of all kinds of non-standard work, which is currently outside of the scope of regular collective bargaining. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to first go back to the panel and then see if we have enough time for a second round. A lot of very interesting questions. I'm really happy that I'm the moderator and I don't have to answer those. But I'm going to give you, I don't know who wants to start with some reactions. Branislav, go ahead.
Okay, so unfortunately, to the question regarding to education, to the formal education, unfortunately, the European Union hasn't competencies in this field. The formal education is in competence of national states, so we can't adopt any legislation, let's say, which will prescribe how the formal education should look like. However, I think that what you can do is what we are doing in Slovakia, and to utilize European Social Fund to organize some, let's say, additional education, at least at the university level. For example, we have opportunity to finance from the ESF the programs which are implemented in cooperation with students' organization. We can organize and we organize the discussions with them, different events, conferences, etc., etc. So there is quite a huge room for cooperation between trade union and universities as such, and also between trade unions and students' organization. And immediately when when students leave the universities and they start to work, immediately the Slovak, for example, the Slovak Trade Union Confederation has a program focusing on those early workers, early coming workers, in order to immediately to communicate them existence of the trade unions and the competencies and advantages of membership in trade union, etc., etc. And I remember that our Slovak Trade Union organization, which is a member of Europa, for a long time organizes in cooperation with these schools in the middle level. I don't know how to call it in English. These vocational schools, let's say. They organize for a long term. They organize the activities focusing on knowledge of occupational safety and health rules for students of vocational schools, and it is organized. It is very popular among the schools. It is supported even by employers because they prefer to hire young workers who are aware of OSH rules. And since this activity is like a contest against among the vocational schools, and through this activity, which is organized by trade unions, students are informed about the existence, competencies, etc., etc. So unfortunately, from the European level, we have no competencies how directly to influence the structure and the content of formal educational programs at the national level. However, I have absolutely no doubt that by sharing best practices among trade unions across Europe, and by utilization of ESF, there are quite efficient ways how to improve knowledge and public awareness of trade unions among the students.
Great. We're going to go to Diana. There was quite a lot of questions to you too.
There were some questions indeed. Thank you. So I'll just say a few words in Romanian. Mulțumesc pentru întrebări. Va trebui să răspund în engleză, dar dacă e ceva neclar, vă pot explica după ce se termină panelul. All right, so I just wanted to add one thing on how to reach the education sector, because indeed you have perfectly well replied. I have just heard of a couple of practices from trade unions that I found very interesting. Like there are trade unions who set up apps, so for mobile phones that students can use, and that were even different, one for parents, one for students. And this is basically a way to reach the young populations, actually the workers that will come in the future on the labor market. Also events, trade unions going in school to inform the students, particularly the students who are reaching working age, like 15 and 16 years old. And indeed, I think it's very important for young people to know their rights, because in many cases, they end up on the labor market and they don't know exactly where to find out this information and who can protect them. So I can only encourage reaching out to the youth. On the minimum wage in Romania, now, when the Commission will look at how the member states implement the minimum wage directive, what's important is that they have transposed the directive into the national legislation. So from what I know, Romania has a minimum wage law. The court now has annulled a part of the directive, the criteria from the directive, but the Romanian law is still in force. So unless it's being changed by the legislator, the law is still in force. So one would need to look in the law what it contains and if it how it works actually with the update mechanism, which is also a part that was annulled by the court. Indeed, as long as the law is conforming to the directive, then the Commission cannot launch an infringement procedure. But like I said, this is just an assumption because one would need to really look into the details of the case and check carefully what's happening. So I could not argue against what the EVP said. This is correct, but I do not know all the details. Of what is in the legislation or what is going on between the discussions at the political level. I think we had a question from Croatia. Formal CBAs, how to present. I would point here to representativeness criteria. And there is a provision in the Council recommendation on strengthening social dialogue in the EU that invites the member states, when they use representativeness criteria, to make sure that they are objective, they are transparent, and then they are discussed with the social partners. So I think this is definitely a tool that you can use to fight against the phenomenon of yellow unions and so on. Yeah,
that's a good idea. If I may add also to this question. Sorry, I forgot that there were more questions that just that one. That's absolutely right. So use the representativeness criteria. In Slovakia, it's situation absolutely clear. When there are two trade unions in one company, the biggest one, the biggest one has the right to make collective bargaining, and we, at the European level, by the European legislation, we can create environment. We can set up some framework, something like that. But the implementation is up to us. I mean, ordinary trade unionists or politicians at the national level, etc., etc. So I don't want to say that it is easy. However, partially it's simply up to us to convince workers that not that organization, but another organization represents their needs much better, and thus to improve the position at the company level. However, I absolutely understand what you were asking, and I think that it's all. I mean, the soft tool may be used also by us as a politicians. For example, me, always when I'm invited by management of any company to visit for visit, immediately I try to manage a meeting with trade union representatives as well. And I think that it is very important to show that the management that for me, similarly important partner at the company level is the trade union organization as a manager compared to the position of management of the company. So if you can somehow mobilize also the Croatian politicians to do it this same way and openly, for example, to label the yellow trade union like a yellow trade union, I think that also this soft, yeah, I know, not easy, but that's our, yeah, okay, yeah, or non-active or something like that. Sorry, so to make trade union is much more active is simply our job, not the job of European parliamentarians or people from the Commission. And the last point to the question of non-standard working relations. Unfortunately, it is a big challenge, and I don't have the answer like this. I mean, very easy, very clear, very short answer on that. Yesterday, Thursday, the ample committee of the Parliament adopted the report on subcontracting chains, and what we did in this report, we asked the Commission to develop and to present to the Parliament the particular legislation, which will, in different ways, create the proper environment, let's say, which will regulate the subcontracting in the European Union. And one of principles we put to our report is with several joint and several liability of main contractor for the working conditions of all subcontractors' employees, including those who work as a self-employed person. So I hope that this can be one way. That means to apply at least some of, let's say, working conditions rules to the self-employed person, similarly as employees. And another issue, just the last sentence. Another issue is to change our approach. I mean, approach of trade unions, and to think how to mobilize these people working in these non-standard forms, how to mobilize them to unionize themselves, and how to take them on board of the trade unions organizations.
Thank you very much. Oliver, you would have also the floor now. I would ask you to keep it rather short because we have a very important next agenda topic, which is called lunch. And Oliver, please go ahead.
I think the answer is, of course, we want to have an effective European and national framework for doing our work, but it's still our work. And I think that's really why we in Europa focus on the organizing aspect. I'll give you an example. In a very important European institution, not based here in Brussels, there was for many years a small trade union with not many members. And their main argument was, we're a European institution, there's a right for us to be heard by the employers, and they need to respect us and implement everything what is European policy, not legislation, but policy. And there was not somewhat ignored. And we had a discussion over lunch, and I was talking with one of the trade union colleagues and said, look, you need to grow. And when you grow, they will listen to you if you have more than 50% or something like this. By chance, the HR head was walking by. I said, yeah, of course. And then this institution screwed up. They basically destroyed the pension system. So within a year, from about 10% membership, they rose to 60% membership. And this gives you a totally different negotiating power than before. So what we need to do, and there we need to support you, how can we actually bring this strength in there? But we need legislation for this as well. I don't want, I mean, and this is Vasilis' example from Romania. We don't want to have a situation where we have to go back to the 19th century. The law is against us. So we basically have to ignore the law and go forward. What we want to have in Europe, we want to have a framework which is conducive to collective bargaining and not stopping it. And when we talk about collective bargaining, the right to strike is included. If you don't have the right to strike, then collective bargaining rights are very limited, because you were describing it, Vasily. I mean, the employer said, yeah, I'm happily negotiating with you, and our conclusion is we never ever will agree with you. That's not collective bargaining. So as a last resort, you need to push the employers. And we don't really want to have a state intervention saying, look, I mean, you need to have an agreement, and if you don't get one, the state tells you what to do. We don't want this. We have the autonomy of the social partners, and that means, in the consequence, in the end, you need to have an effective right to strike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think I wanted to open up for a second round, but I don't think we have the time to do that. So I'm hoping that maybe you will stay for lunch shortly, and maybe some people can come for some questions. I have a last gift to give. So as Oliver already said, we made a card deck with policy solutions to strengthen collective bargaining. So if you're bored at some point and you want to leaf through them, feel free to do that. Lunch is served now, and I'm just looking at Fiona. At what point do we reconvene?
Thanks a lot, everybody. Yes, we have lunch now for about 45 minutes, an hour. You're welcome to stay with us for lunch. And then we are back here at, let's say, 1:15. Lunch is here, but if you want to take a walk, also welcome. We'll be back here with the next panel about the finance sector.
And I would like to finish maybe with a round of applause for our speakers and guests. Hello,
hello. Yes, I'll get some. They're coming with some. Huh? You can already come and sit. You can come and sit already if you want to. But yeah, whatever. Welcome back, everybody. Grab some coffee and nice snacks. It's really nice. Are the sweets good? Yes? Good. Great. The sweets will be here for a little bit, so if you still want some sweets that you haven't had yet, please feel free to grab them. I'm slowly getting us back into the room. I know some people are still perhaps outside or to the toilet, but I think we can get started. Before I introduce you to our next panel, I would like to quickly let you know about the timing of today, because we took a little bit longer with the previous panel, and I wanted to make sure everybody had some time for lunch. So we're moving up our agenda of today with about 15 minutes, more or less. But I will try to make sure that we close on the right time, because people have trains and planes to catch. So don't worry, I'll make sure we stop on time. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Feeling good? Yes? Yes. Good. Okay, thanks to the lunch team. Great. Then welcome back to this exciting and interesting second part of today, where we are diving deeper in the finance sector, the publishing sector, as well as in the commerce sector later today. But first of all, I would like to introduce our lovely panel here today. We have Voja Butkovic from the research team in Croatia. We have Jana from the trade unions in Slovakia. And we have Adrian from the trade unions in Romania, from the finance sector. And you have the floor. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for being in this panel, which will, as we heard, discuss the collective bargaining in the finance sector, which was one of 4 sectors which we research within the BARSERVICE project. My panelists were already introduced. Maybe I will repeat. This is Jana Sasova, a chairwoman in the UniCredit Bank in Slovakia, and another trade unionist. This is Adrian Soare, president of the UPA trade union in Romania. Yes.
And also the vice president of the Trade Union Federation of Insurance in Banks in Romania.
Thank you.
From this point of view.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to speak now.
Okay. So for the beginning, I will give you some very short summary about some challenges, which may be an introduction to our panel, which we will have. So basically, the finance sector is usually pointed up as a good example, as an example of where collective bargaining in Europe is relatively well developed. But the fact is that we have a very strong, I would say, divergence. If you look at various European countries, in some countries like Italy, or Romania, there are sectoral collective agreements which are regulating this sector. But in most countries, the sector is decentralized in terms of collective bargaining. So we have basically bargaining at the company level. And this has, of course, a disadvantage in a sense that basically then the working conditions are decided, are very, very divergent, you know, that there is no working standards are difficult to apply in such circumstances. And also, the problem is the ownership of the banks, because we know that most of these companies are actually multinational companies. So we have the phenomenon that many provisions related to pay, related to those important aspects are somehow decided in the headquarters, and there is perhaps, especially in some banks, not enough space perhaps for collective bargaining. And this is particularly visible in this new member states in eastern part of Europe, where then the collective bargaining is not perhaps as well developed as in those countries where these banks have their headquarters. Another important aspect which very much defines the finance sector is the digitalization. You know, we see that this sector is at the forefront of digitalization. There are more and more people are doing banking online. You know, before your people would use the premises much more than today, and with this advance in digitalization, we see the problem that many working positions are in jeopardy. That perhaps there is really a need for reskilling of workers for in many banks, and we are going to talk about this problem in particular. This is also a problem in terms of determining the wages, because quite often what is presented as an argument from the employers why our pay is not being raised is that the costs of digitalization are so high, because, you know, the IT specialists need to be paid, and these IT specialists are usually freelancers. So therefore, there is not enough space for increasing the pay of the employees who are working in a regular jobs. And yes, and so in terms of digitalization, I think this sector, perhaps more than others, but certainly this sector presents a need for additional content in the collective bargaining agreements, which would particularly target, you know, the issue of education, you know, maybe at job training, or reskilling, job transfers, all of those issues which are related with the need for people to perhaps even maybe change their job position, or when there is restructuring, for them to be taken care of. And I think, not to make the long story short, we are going to start with our panelists. I'm sorry, maybe I was a little bit long at the beginning, but you notice that we have only 2 panelists. So we have I gave myself the freedom to make this introduction. And now let's start with the question. So for Ms. Sásová, if you could maybe give us the answer to what extent does this decentralization, which is a characteristic of Slovakia in the banking sector when it comes to collective bargaining, how does it make it difficult to establish fair and consistent standards across employers in Slovakia? If you could expand on this issue. Yeah.
Tak na Slovensku existovala sektorová kolektívna zmluva do konca roku 2016.
Oh.
A odvtedy vlastne sa vyjednáva v každej spoločnosti samostatne. A dôsledkom toho je, že bankový sektor čelí nejakým problémom, pretože tie jednotlivé kolektívne zmluvy v jednotlivých firmách nedokážu pokryť všetky tie problémy, ktoré bankový sektor má, a často tam ani nie je ochota zo strany zamestnávateľa. Jedným takých najväčších problémov, ktorým čelí bankový sektor, je tzv. Bankový turizmus. To znamená, že zamestnanci z jednej banky prechádzajú do ďalšej a tak v priebehu pracovného života vystriedajú niekoľko bank a každá takáto zmena zamestnávateľa im prinesie vyšší príjem. Takže toto je taký hlavný dôvod, prečo zamestnanci odchádzajú z jednej banky do druhej. A možno tu taká kuriozita, organizácia zamestnávateľov, ktorá odmieta teda s nami vyjednávať, prijali memorandum o dodržiavaní práv zamestnancov, čo samé o sebe je kuriózne, lebo to spravili bez spolupráce so sociálnym partnerom. A je tam niekoľko bodov a jedným z tých bodov je napríklad bod, že zamestnávateľia vyvinú maximálne úsilie na to, aby starí zamestnanci, existujúci zamestnanci nemali mzdy nižšie ako novonastúpení. Čiže toto je vlastne taký jasný príklad toho, aké problémy má bankový sektor, a je to spôsobené tým, že neexistujú pravidlá rovného odmeňovania v bankách. Niektoré banky toto začínajú riešiť, niektoré odborové organizácie do toho tlačia a začína sa tento problém riešiť systematicky. Ďalším takým problémom je, že bankový sektor prestáva byť atraktívny pre mladých ľudí a začína zápasiť s nedostatkom zamestnancov, pretože bankový sektor je dosť náročný sektor, sú tam vyvíjané veľké tlaky na predaje, na znalosti, a to odmeňovanie a tie pracovné podmienky nezodpovedajú predstavám hlavne aj mladej generácie, ktorá nastupuje. A súvisí to samozrejme aj s prácou z domu, so skracovaním pracovného času. A ako ste aj spomínali, digitalizácia je tiež niečo, čo sa nerieši systematicky v bankách. Takže skúsení zamestnanci s veľkými znalosťami odchádzajú z banky, lebo však zaviedli sme nejakú digitalizáciu, zdigitalizovali sme nejaký proces, tak musíme zoškrtať nejaký počet zamestnancov, ich vyhodia a potom hľadajú na iné pozície nových zamestnancov, ale to už nie je také jednoduché. Jednoducho nepracuje sa s tým ľudským kapitálom. A to je dôsledok toho, že sa neriešia tie problémy a neriešia sa spolu so sociálnymi partnermi.
Thank you very much. For Mr. Soare, Romania is one of the rare countries in the region with a sectoral collective bargaining agreement in the banking sector, so which was extended in 2024. And so if you could explain to us what were the key factors that made this possible, and also how do you see the future of this sectoral collective agreement, if you could comment on that as well.
Ok, o să vorbesc în română. Destul de greu să începi după pauza de prânz și să concurezi cu pauza de prânz, dar o să vă supăr poate pe unii dintre voi puțin cu ceea ce o să spun și sper că asta să vă atragă atenția încă de la început. Vreau să fie clar de la bun început, eu, Iana și ceilalți colegi ai mei din acest sector, noi reprezentăm angajații din bănci și nu bancherii. Vreau să fie foarte clar de la început. Știu când suntem la întâlniri cu mai multe sectoare, noi suntem văzuți cei cu bani. Da, într-adevăr, colegii pe care îi reprezentăm pot să facă în multe condiții foarte mulți bani pentru cei care sunt acționari la bănci. Din păcate sau din fericire, noi, ca sindicate, suntem cei care ne luptăm ca o mică părticică din acei bani pe care îi fac să ajungă și la ei ca și angajați și vă garantăm că o fac cu sacrificii foarte mari. Astea fiind spuse de la bun început, da, încep să răspund întrebării cât se poate de direct și cât se poate de scurt și eu am un avion de prins și imediat după
Ok.
deja am supărat pe cineva. Și eu să-mi cer scuze, dar o să trească să plec, am niște probleme personale și o să plec foarte repede. Concret, ceea ce ne-a dus la negocierile trecute ale contractului sectorial, precum și reînnoirea lui în 2024, au fost doi piloni mari și puternici. În primul rând, începând cu 2013, acest pilon s-a numit Uni Europa și Uni Finance. Cu ajutorul lor, și le-am mulțumit de multe ori și o fac și acum, cu ajutorul lor am putut să ne creștem puterea de negociere și tot cu ajutorul lor, prin proiectele pe care le-am desfășurat, am putut să creăm și al doilea pilon, și anume numărul nostru de oameni pe care îi reprezentăm. În 2024, 2023, 2024, când am pregătit negocierile, reprezentam undeva puțin peste 10.000 de angajați în sectorul financiar bancar. Da. Și acum astea, într-adevăr, în 2024 ne-a dat puterea și 2023 să pregătim toate lucrurile, ne-a dat puterea să stăm cu adevărat, cum spune legea în România, egali la masa de discuții și să putem să negociem niște condiții, spunem noi, corecte, nu spun bune sau foarte bune, dar cel puțin corecte, pentru primul contract sectorial din România, începând cu 2012 până în 2024. 2011. Drept urmare, ne-am bucurat de lucrul ăsta, dar ne-a mai fost frică de un lucru și am început, privind spre a doua parte a întrebării, cea spre viitor. Am încercat să pregătim viitoarea negociere, cea din 2026, întrucât contractele în România, contractele colective, pot avea o valabilitate între 12 și 24 de luni. Acesta a avut 24 de luni, va expira în aprilie 2026. Încă din 2024 am încercat să pregătim următoarea negociere. Din păcate, aș spune eu, și angajatorii au început același lucru. Și în primul rând au reușit să ne distrugă primul pilon și anume să ne divizeze. În momentul de față mai reprezentăm doar 5.000 din cei 10.000 de angajați de acum 2 ani de zile. Au reușit să facă acest pas și să ne divizeze foarte rău. Tot din păcate ne-am dus spre cel mai puternic aliat al nostru atunci, spre Uni Finance și Uni Europa, cerându-le ajutor. Întotdeauna ne-au spus da, dar din păcate, spunem noi, ca pregătire pentru 2026, din 3 luni la 6 luni, iar la 3 luni, iar la 6 luni, ne-au amânat acest ajutor de care aveam foarte, foarte mare nevoie. Am creat un sindicat nou, un sindicat pe care legea ne permite de aproape 2 ani de zile să-l avem și de aproape 1 an de zile l-avem creat. Atragem în mod confidențial, și aici pun foarte mare accent, membrii de sindicat din toate băncile din România. Vreau să vă spun că avem inclusiv membrii din Banca Națională a României. În mod confidențial, că altfel n-ar fi intrat. Din păcate, doar 200-300 în momentul de față, în acest nou sindicat sectorial, Credem că dacă am fi avut și ajutorul direct al Unii, am fi fost la 2-3 mii în loc de 200-300. Și tot din păcate, pentru viitorul apropiat, și asta o spun cu mare regret, și cei cu care negociem, Federația patronală, știe despre sprijinul limitat pe care l-am primit de la Unii în ultimii 2 ani. Vă repet, cel mai puternic aliat al nostru din 2013 în 2024, asta nu o să uităm, cu siguranță. Și ca să ne dea un semn clar că s-ar putea să nu mai avem un contract sectorial din aprilie 2026 și ca să ne dea un mesaj clar de superioritate când vor intra în negocieri, aveam încă din primăvară stabilite întâlniri de prenegociere în noiembrie și în decembrie anul acesta. Pe amândouă, una după alta, fără nicio explicație, ni le-au anulat și ne-au scris doar ne vedem în prima parte a anului viitor, nici măcar în ianuarie. Doar ca să-și dea dovada de puterea pe care o au și să ne arate că știu că am pierdut din pilonii noștri principali, din păcate. Da, frumos despre trecut, foarte îngrijorător despre ce va fi în următoarele 5 luni, 6 luni. Sperăm să ne vedem peste 5-6 luni și să vă dăm vești bune și vom face tot ce ține de noi, așa cum am făcut din ultimii 20 de ani. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. The question for Ms. Sasova, to what extent are topics such as digitalization, reskilling, remote work, work-life balance already included in collective agreements in the Slovak finance sector? If you could comment on these aspects. Or are they mostly focused on the pay, on the classical working conditions, bonuses? How much innovation do you see in the collective agreements in the Slovak banking sector?
Tak samozrejme, že to gro vyjednávania sa týka miest už aj z toho dôvodu, že v našich krajinách vo východnej a strednej Európe nie je pravidlo, že mzdy rastú o mieru inflácie, takže reálne mzdy zamestnancov, pokiaľ to náraz nie je o mieru inflácie, klesá. Tak toto je gro toho vyjednávania, ale samozrejme zameriavame sa aj na ostatné veci, ale to je potom skôr o tom, že do akej miery je zamestnávateľ ochotný tieto nové trendy pracovného trhu riešiť. Často sa stretávame s tým, že nie je ochota toto riešiť a dáva to do kolektívnych zmluv, ako hovoriť o práci z domu, o rovnováhe medzi pracovným a súkromným životom, flexibilite a well-beingu je veľmi dobrá téma a veľmi často sa používa na propagáciu zamestnávateľa. Investujú sa do toho veľké peniaze, ale tá realita je niekde úplne inde. A bohužiaľ aj niektorí kolegovia, odborári týmto témam nepripisujú až takú dôležitosť, lebo ako nie je to jednoduché to dostať do tej kolektívnej zmluvy. Takže tieto témy niekedy zostávajú tak na pokraji. A nám sa ale našťastie podarilo sa nám niektoré veci dostať do kolektívnej zmluvy, sa nám podarilo dohodnúť, že v prípade, že budú zamestnanci z organizačných dôvodov prepušťaní, čo sa týka hlavne tých, ktorých sa dotýka digitalizácia alebo nejaké zefektívňovanie, tak majú nárok na rekvalifikáciu a môžu si vybrať nejaký kurz aj mimo bankového sektora. Ale z nášho pohľadu aj toto nie je dostatočné, pretože ideálne by bolo, keby v prípade projektov zameraných na digitalizáciu súčasťou toho projektu by bolo aj preškolenie existujúcich zamestnancov na voľné pozície, ktoré vznikajú v banke, logicky vznikajú. Ale takto ďaleko sme sa ešte nedostali. Ďalšou takou témou je problematika skracovania pracovného času, čo je trend, ktorý teraz sledujeme, ale u nás sa o tom nechce nikto rozprávať. Jedna banka iniciatívne vyšla s tým, že zavedie 4-dňový pracovný týždeň. Spravili to bez toho, že by to konzultovali so sociálnym partnerom. No ale tak to aj dopadlo. Nepodarilo sa im to zaviesť, lebo to sa nedá spraviť na zelenej lúke a iba v jednej banke. Treba to robiť presne na úrovni sektora. A od toho sú ešte veľmi ďaleko. Potom ešte, čo je taký problém, je práca z domu, kde síce zamestnávateľia ponúkajú možnosť práce z domu, aj to je vo väčšine kolektívnych zmluv zakotvené, že zamestnanci majú od 2 dní v týždni nárok pracovať z domu, ale už sa nerieši nikde v kolektívnych zmluvách a keď sa to aj chce riešiť, tak je to odmietané. Nerieši sa kompenzácia za zvýšené energie, ktoré vznikajú zamestnancom tým, že pracujú z domu. Nerieši sa bezpečnosť pri práci, keď zamestnanci často pracujú doma v nevyhovujúcich podmienkach. Takže toto sú také témy, ktoré aj zamestnávateľia odmietajú riešiť a niekedy ani odborári nemajú síl to riešiť.
Okay, so thank you very much. A similar question to Mr. Soare. So the content of the collective agreements in Romania, including the sectoral one or the company level agreements, to what extent do they offer these innovative provisions on reskilling, on education, and also to what extent they help to employees who face job insecurity due to restructuring, due to transitions which are occurring when banks are merging and situations like this. If you could give us a little bit more content of the Romanian collective agreements.
Yes, okay. O să încep cu a doua parte a întrebării. Într-adevăr, contractul sectorial a aplicat erga omnes, adică tuturor angajaților din sectorul bancar din România, indiferent dacă făceau parte dintr-un sindicat, dacă exista un sindicat sau dacă angajatorul lor făcea parte din patronat, a ridicat în mod automat numărul de salarii compensatorii de la 0, cât prevedea cu legea, nu prevede nimic. Da, poate să te dea afară, dar a doua zi, ok, făcând toate actele și așa mai departe, ai o lună de preaviz, după care oricum o muncești și te plătește pentru acea lună. Dar a ridicat numărul de la, repet, de la 0 până la un maxim de 6 salarii. Ceea ce poate să fie semnificativ pentru un om aflat în situația respectivă, pentru companiile și băncile care aveau sindicat și care au și acum sindicat. Într-adevăr, acele salarii compensatorii sunt peste limita sectorială și e normal să fie așa, că e un nivel superior. Deci acesta era doar un nivel de mijloc, dar pentru foarte mulți, de la 0 până la 6, între 2 și 6, spunem noi că e un număr corect, cum am spus la început. Asta a făcut în mod direct și credem că acesta poate să fie unul din motivele din care foarte multe bănci care n-au sindicat înăuntru, nu au sindicat în cadrul băncii, au acționat în a ne face mai slabi, tocmai ca să nu fie nevoiți, știind planurile de disponibilizări pe termen scurt și mediu, nici nu zic pe termen lung, ca să nu trebuiască să plătească aceste lucruri. Nu băncile care sunt și care au deja sindicate, pentru că deja acelea plătesc salarii compensatorii un număr mai mare, ci cele care nu sunt. De acolo ne este nouă marea teamă. Revenind la prima parte a întrebării, avem în contractul sectorial, încep invers, nu avem în contractul sectorial lucruri specifice despre cum trebuie să se desfășoare training, retraining, upskilling și toate lucrurile de genul ăsta, dar avem prevederi că în contractele la nivel de bancă, acolo unde sunt, trebuie să fie implementate astfel de instrumente și din monitorizarea noastră, într-o măsură mai mare sau mai mică, dar fiecare au făcut pași în această direcție. Unii poate mai mult, unii poate puțin, dar au făcut cei care au sindicate în interiorul băncii. Cei care n-au sindicate în interiorul băncii, din păcate, ne-a fost foarte greu să monitorizăm. Am încercat, legându-ne de acordul pe care îl avem semnat cu patronatele bancare europene, aici la Bruxelles, prin intermediul UNii, am încercat să implementăm și la nivelul României un astfel de acord de long life learning, de învățare continuă. Pe de o parte am reușit, dar la fel cu prevederi destul de generice și luate de la nivelul european și aici încă o dată ne-a ajutat să fim aici și să fim parte din acest dialog social sectorial de la nivelul european bancar. Mulțumesc.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe at this moment it would be fair to open a little bit to the public. If anybody has some question for our panelists, please go ahead and we could then yes, one question.
Thank you very much. In the finance sector, we very often talk about collective bargaining in big companies, in big banks. But as part of the BARSERVICE project, we also looked beyond these traditional employers and employer structures. And we see there is also something happening outside of these traditional employers. So there is a lot of outsourcing, a lot of subcontracting, supply chains of all kinds of financial consultants or people working on a Sunday evening at home. So there is a lot of unregulated work also happening in the finance sector. And I wonder how you as the proper trade unions can take account of these developments that are happening outside of the buildings of the main actors and the main employers, whether this is a topic, whether you deal with working time challenges or underreported work, unreported working time, and all these non-standard forms of work in finance and banking. Thank you.
We have another question. Yeah, we're going to take a couple of questions.
Thank you very much. The question for me is to Jana. We've seen that in Slovakia, the finance sector used to have a sectoral agreement and then only a company agreement. Do you see any prospects of going back to the sectoral level at some point? And how do you think that could be possible in Slovakia?
Okay, we still have two more questions. The gentleman here and...
Well, my question is similar to this one. We had today seen two different situations. For example, in Croatia, in financial sector, we have only house agreements. We were not successful to negotiate sectoral agreement. There was one attempt some 30 years ago, but it was not possible to conclude that agreement due to very different strengths of different banks, of course. So you also, when we heard Romanian experience, I also had a feeling that it was also difficult, but what is your view? And it is actually the continuation of this similar question. I'm interested also on the future and on the possibility of signing sectoral agreement.
And one more question here.
Thank you. I am from Romania. I know Adrian, how he works, fight for having this union. We don't have in the banking sector, but the question is to Adrian and to Jana regarding the OECD, because now we are in accession process and all of these banks, which Adrian talks, They are in a meeting with the government and they speak about the responsible business conduct. They speak about principles that they want to respect, to implement, even to implement in other parts of the world. But when it's to talk about our concrete situation, he is from forestry, for example, as a leader, but Adrian is coming from the banking. We are in the same situation, you know. We see one talk at the governmental level in this bilateral meeting, and when it's about to respect the rights of the employees, to respect the collective bargainings, it's a total different behavior. And these underground actions, which are very aggressive in Romania, and I'm sure are not in line with the best practices that they claim that they want to implement with the OECD. So, Jana, you are already in OECD as a country, you know. We are not. We are. They are telling us that if we will be in OECD, everything will be much better. So what is happening? How you see this relationship with the OECD, and how we as a union, we can use it in order to enforce the collective bargaining? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Jana and your questions which were related to you.
Tak možno k tomu, tej dôležitosti sektorových kolektívnych zmluv, alebo že či je lepšie mať sektorové alebo len podnikové kolektívne zmluvy. To je taká téma, v ktorej nemajú vždy jasno ani samotní odborári, ale myslím, že skúsenosti a prax ukazuje, že tam, kde sú sektorové kolektívne zmluvy, tak tam je postavenie zamestnancov oveľa lepšie. Dôvod je úplne jednoduchý. Si predstavte, asi je to tak vo väčšine krajín strednej a východnej Európy, že v každej firme pôsobí nejaký odborový orgán, ktorý sa skladá z pár ľudí, ktorí väčšinou okrem toho, že robia odbory, majú aj svoje pracovné pozície a svoje pracovné povinnosti, že nie sú plne uvoľnení alebo nie sú plne, nemajú toľko času sa plne venovať tej odborárskej činnosti. Je to na úkor ich pracovného alebo aj súkromného života. Čiže jednak nemajú čas, často nemajú ani podporu, skrátka nie sú tam také kapacity. Plus ďalšia vec je, že kým sa to človek naučí, často sa to učí za chodu, že ako sa vlastne vyjednáva, čo má vyjednávať, na čo má právo, na čo nemá právo. A toto banky potom využívajú, keď vlastne kolegovia, teraz sme mali také obdobie, že v 2 veľkých bankách odišli predsedovia odborovej organizácie do dôchodku, prišli tam noví, bez skúseností. A samozrejme zamestnávateľ to vie krásne využiť. Kdežto keby sa vyjednávalo na tej sektorovej úrovni, tak je tam viac hlav, viac rozumu a je tam väčšia sila. Takže myslím, že odpoveď je jednoznačná. Sektorové kolektívne zmluvy určite majú význam a sú oveľa lepšie, ako keď sú len na podnikovej úrovni. A dá sa aj v rámci sektoru dohodnúť rôzne podmienky, lebo jedna z výhovoriek zamestnávateľov je, že banky sú veľmi rozdielne a že nemôžu na nich mať rovnaké pravidlá, rovnaké požiadavky, ale všetko sa dá riešiť, keď sa chce. Možno okrem toho, čo bolo povedané, že neštandardné formy práce, tak my zo zákona máme právo mať informácie o takýchto zamestnancoch a o ich počte. V poslednej dobe sledujeme, že tento trend už nie je taký výrazný, ako bol v minulosti. Ale napriek tomu tu je a tu nemáme moc veľa možností, ako týchto zamestnancov nejak ochrániť, pretože nám na to chýba legislatíva, ako to bolo povedané aj pri predchádzajúcich panelistoch. Nemáme také páky, aby sme vedeli kolektívne zmluvy aplikovať aj na zamestnancov, ktorí pracujú či už na živnosť, alebo v rámci franchise, ktoré tiež sú nejakým fenoménom, ktorý sa objavuje v bankovom sektore. Nemáme na to páky, jednoducho nie je na to legislatíva.
Adrian, the questions addressed to you.
Yeah. With the OECD, I think it's also for Jana because his country, it's on OECD now. Sorry, I'm speaking Romanian. Bad habits. Ok, de OECD nu știu ce să spun, pot să spun doar că același lucru cei din conducerea băncilor vorbesc la nivelul consiliilor europene de întreprindere. Ce bine și ce frumos este. Și eu și Iana facem parte de mulți ani din Consiliul European de Întreprindere al grupului Unicredit și știm ce lupte dăm și acolo, să le spunem că ce văd ei la Milano e foarte diferit de ce se întâmplă în fiecare țară în parte și acum pot să vă spun de toate țările din sud-estul Europei, inclusiv Croația, unde și de acolo avem colegi. Întrebarea pentru a doamnei cu celelalte forme de angajare. În România avem acum, vă spuneam, de 2-3 ani posibilitatea să înființăm sindicate sectoriale care să-i acopere și pe acei angajați. Din păcate, în ultimii 2 ani de zile, niciun astfel de sindicat nu a fost înființat. Vrem ca și federație să înființăm un astfel de sindicat, doar că cu resursele de timp și de bani foarte limitate pe care le-am avut, am ales să ne axăm pe lucrurile arzătoare și anume să înființăm un astfel de sindicat în sectorul bancar. Va urma unul în sectorul de asigurări și cu siguranță un al treilea în sectorul din care spuneați. Dar pentru asta, încă o dată, ne trebuiesc resurse. Încercăm în toate direcțiile să căutăm aceste resurse ca să-i acoperim și pe acei oameni. Când le vom avea, cu siguranță ne vom îndrepta și asupra lor. Dacă, Doamne ajută, va fi un sindicat sau vor fi voluntari din acele sectoare care vor să organizeze și ne vor cere ajutorul, cu siguranță îi vom sprijini sau dacă vor să organizeze foarte bine, ne fac o parte din muncă. Da, deocamdată n-am văzut o astfel de inițiativă, din păcate.
Okay.
Nu știu dacă mai era.
Okay.
I don't know if I missed something, a question or something.
There was a question about Stan. What was your question about the possibility of sectoral agreement? Was that?
My question was for Jana, but she answered it.
She answered it.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
All right. So then, in this case, I have one question for both of our panelists. When you're thinking about the future, of course, how to improve the substance of collective agreements, both company level and sectoral, and increase the bargaining coverage, what would be the best strategy? And here, I mean, would it be better to try to pressure the government to make certain legislation which would make it easier to do a sectoral agreement, which would somehow constrain employers to have sectoral agreements? So this would be a political strategy where you try to maybe trade unions try to ally themselves with certain political parties, which will then implement this in legislation. Or would it be better to just work on including as many workers as possible in the ranks of the trade union, increasing the membership, and with this increased membership, then make a pressure on employers and demand, in this way, with more associational power, demand changes. Yes, the question of all questions, how this could be done, and if you could maybe reflect about these two possible scenarios. Or
Can I also interrupt that we have to keep it very, very short? 2 minutes max.
Tak myslím, že jedno s druhým súvisí určite. Je veľmi dobré mať dobrú legislatívu. A keď sme my diskutovali, že ako budeme riešiť to, že nemáme sektorovú kolektívnu zmluvu a aj teraz v súvislosti s tou novou smernicou o 80% pokrytí kolektívnymi zmluvami, tak sa to diskutovalo, že aký model by bol správny, a my sme poukazovali na model, ktorý existuje v Rakúsku, kde vlastne každý zamestnávateľ je členom zamestnávateľskej organizácie a platí pre ňoho sektorová kolektívna zmluva. Tá sa vyjednáva pre celý sektor a platí pre všetkých bez výnimky. Čiže toto je taký ideál. Čiže určite zmena legislatívy by výrazne pomohla. A čo sa týka toho nárastu členskej základne, tak samozrejme to je tiež dôležité, ale to nie je len o tom, koľko máte členov, ale aj o tom, že akých ich máte uvedomelých, do akej miery si uvedomujú svoje práva a povinnosti a čo sú preto ochotní urobiť. My sme mali skúsenosť spred 2 rokov, keď sme zorganizovali štrajk v banke, čo bol prvý historický štrajk v bankovom sektore na Slovensku. A my máme 50% organizovanosť v našej banke, ale neštrajkovalo 50% neštrajkovali všetci členovia. Áno, štrajkovali aj zamestnanci, ktorí neboli členmi odborov, ale nie všetci členovia odborov štrajkovali. Čiže to je jasný príklad toho, že nezáleží na kvantite, ale na kvalite. A to, aby bola tá členská základňa uvedomela, to je naša úloha. To je naša každodenná práca, to je naša povinnosť presvedčovať tých ľudí a vysvetľovať im zmysel toho a hlavne tie ich práva a povinnosti.
Thank you. Yeah. În România, cadrul cu ajutorul Uniunii Europene există, poate să fie îmbunătățit cu ajutorul noilor directive, da, dar cred că principalul lucru este întărirea noastră ca organizații din toate punctele de vedere, pentru că cadrul avem. Mulțumesc!
Very nice and short. Thank you so much. Roy, maybe you want a final round off before I introduce the next panel.
I think we pretty much covered all what is important, and I very much thank our both panelists on their very insightful and interesting thinking and answers. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are directly moving into our next panel. So welcome. Yes, great. Here, I will make sure you get some water. Here, yes, I'll get you a new glass. Thank you. Good. So our next panel is a deep dive into the publishing sector. We're very grateful that we have also a representation from the Turkish trade unions in publishing, who unfortunately could not make it today, but is here with us on the screen. Ilyas, can you hear us? Ilyas, can you hear us? I hope so.
Evet. Evet, gayet iyi duyuyorum. Umarım siz de benim sesimi duyuyorsunuzdur.
Great. Okay, we can hear you. That's perfect. And you can speak Turkish and then we can have the translation. So perfect. Okay, great. Then I'm giving the floor to your lovely host of today, Gajina from the University in Belgrade, who has been coordinating the research in Serbia. And we have the colleagues from UniJA, Ilenia, and Daria from the trade unions in Croatia. Yes, perfect. Gajina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Fiona. Good afternoon. And I really have to say that it is my real pleasure to be here today and to be a moderator of this panel on publishing, deep dive in publishing. And first of all, please let me greet our esteemed speakers of today. Ilenia Venturini from Europa. She is the project coordinator in graphical sector and an expert in education development and social policy. We have Elias, who is online today. Elias Coşkun is affiliated to TGS, one of the 4 representative journalist trade unions in Turkey. And I really suggest that you should all read a piece of paper. Actually, it's a comprehensive report on press freedom 2024-2025 that Elias has co-authored. And we also have Daria Hanzelek from Croatian, independent Croatian trade unions. Daria is the president of this trade union. But he's also very much affiliated to trade union in printing and media industry in Croatia, and that is why he is really a relevant speaker for this panel today. Before we move to the questions and to our debate, just let me provide a few brief hints on the publishing sector per se from the findings from our report that we together did in due course of BARSERVICE project. Publishing sector is the smallest of the 4 sectors in services that we covered, even that much small that we didn't see it in Stan's outstanding presentation this morning. When I say smallest, it's smallest by the share of employment, which is less than 1%. So it's less than 1% share of the total employment. However, it's very diverse in terms of occupations in the sector. Typically, we speak about print publishing, book publishing companies. We also speak about periodicals. We also speak about software publishing. But it's very hard to speak about the sector in general without mentioning media and journalists. But even with all the named parts of the sector, we still have this little share of employment, which is less than 1%, as I said. And even more so, the employment is shrinking in the sector, both in absolute and in relevant number, due to various reasons, but just to name some, that's digital transformation, digital disruption, then the decrease in advertising expenditures or revenues. And it's also the changing habits of readers, of consumers, customers within the sector. And these all changes actually affect business models and then reflecting on the employment within the sector. We also have a problem in terms of bargaining coverage, which is rather low, less than 20% altogether, generally speaking, but in Turkey it is 2.2%, yet booming from 0.68% over the last 10 years. So we have lots of challenges within the sector. And now I would really like to ask the 3 of you to share from your perspectives, taking into consideration both general global conditions, universal challenges, but also your country specifics or particular sector part specific issues, and to tell us more about the collective bargaining and the challenges and the way forward within this sector. Let me start with Elias. So please, could you be the first and to share with us the overall situation and challenges of collective bargaining in publishing sector in Turkey?
Ben teşekkür ederim bu nazik davetiniz için. Mümkün olduğu kadar çok fazla zamanınızı almadan özetlemeye çalışacağım. Türkiye'den katılıyorum. Türkiye Gazeteciler Sendikası'nda örgütlenme uzmanıyım. Türkiye'yi kısaca hatırlamak gerekirse sınır tanımayan gazeteciler örgütünün verilerine göre 2025 yılında basın özgürlüğü sıralamasında 80 ülke arasında 159. ETUC'un 2025 Küresel Haklar Endeksinde yine Türkiye işçi hakları ihlalleri sıralamasında en kötü 10 ülke arasında yer alıyor. Ve ne yazık ki bu kötü tablo 2017'den beri aralıksız sürüyor. Bu gerçeklik üzerinde Türkiye Gazeteciler Sendikası faaliyetlerini yürütmeye çalışıyor. Biraz alanımız yani iş kolumuz hakkında kısaca bilgi vermek istiyorum. Sonra paylaşacağım verilerin daha anlaşılır olabilmesi için diğer ülkelerde olduğu gibi TGS'de yasaların belirlediği çerçevede sendikalaşma hakkına sahip. Örneğin bizim Türkiye'de 8 numaralı basın, yayın ve gazetecilik iş kolundaki iş yerlerinde örgütlenebiliyoruz. Hangi alt sektörler var? Televizyon, radyo, basılı gazete, internet medyası, haber ajansları, yayın evi sektörü. Ayrıca matbaa, paketleme, ambalaj sektörleri de yine bu iş kolu içerisinde. Şimdi toplam sayı ne bu iş kolunda diye baktığımızda yaklaşık 96 bin kayıtlı çalışan yer alıyor. Gazetecilik faaliyetini yürütenlerin sayısı yaklaşık 28 bin, yayın evi sektöründeki çalışanların sayısı yaklaşık 5 bin. Yani geriye kalan 63 bin aslında matbaa, paketleme, ambalaj yapan işletmelerde çalışıyor. Özetle biz gazeteciler diye bahsettiğimizde aslında kayıtlı 28 bin kişiden bahsediyoruz. Yayın evi sektöründeki çalışanlar deyince de Türkiye için konuşuyorum tabii ki 5 bin kişiden bahsediyoruz. Sektörde şu an medya sektöründe aktif 16 toplu iş sözleşmesi var. Bunların 14'ü Türkiye Gazeteciler Sendikası tarafından imzalanmış sözleşmeler. Diğer iki sözleşme yakın bir konfederasyona bağlı sendika tarafından yine kamu yayıncılığı yapan iki iş yerinde imzalanmış durumda. Bunlar TRT ve Anadolu Ajansı. Yayın evi sektöründe ne yazık ki gerçek anlamda bir toplu iş sözleşmesi yok. Medya sektörüne dair imzaladığımız sözleşmeler toplamda 40'tan fazla başlık dahilinde hakları içeriyor. O alanda bir dizi kazanımlar ve yerleşik haklar elde edildi örnek gösterilen. Ama biraz zayıf olduğumuz yayıncılık sektöründen bilgiler paylaşmak istiyorum. Belki bu sayede diğer örnekler, diğer ülke örnekleri paylaşılırsa durumumuzu anlama, görme, benzerlik ve farklılıkları not etme imkanım olur. Yayın evi sektörü ağırlıkla iş yeri sayısı bağlı. Mikro ve küçük ölçekli işletmeleri tarafından domine ediliyor. Pazar payına kim hükmediyor diye baktığımızda ise kültür yayıncılığı özelinde en büyük 12 şirket pazar payından en fazla payı alan şirketler oluyor. Şimdi diğer birçok sektörde olduğu gibi küçük ve mikro işletmelerin yaygın olduğu sektörlerde olduğu gibi yayıncılık sektöründe de sendikalaşmak güç. Buna bir de mevzuatın engellerini dahil ettiğimizde daha da güç oluyor. Neyi kastediyorum? Türkiye'de 30 kişiden az çalışanın olduğu iş yerlerinde işe iade davası açamıyorsunuz. Bu da işten çıkarmayı ya da sendika karşıtı hareket etmeyi işverenler açısından kolaylaştırıyor. Diğer bir unsur, şimdi yayın evi sektöründeki çalışanlar sendikalaşmaya hep yakın olmuş ama bir türlü gerçekleştirememiş. Yani yazarlar sendikalı, işverenler çok iyi düzeyde örgütlü birlik ve platformları var. Ama söz konusu editoryal ekibe geldiğinde Cumhuriyet tarihi boyunca ciddi, kayda değer bir sendikalaşma pratiği göremiyoruz. Sanırım geçen yılda bir anket yaptık yayın evi sektöründeki çalışanlara hitaben. Oradan çıkan veriler neden örgütlenemiyoruz ve ne gibi engellerle karşılaşıyoruz sorusuna çarpıcı yanıtlar veriyor. Hızlıca paylaşmam gerekirse, iş tanımları, çalışanların iş tanımları çok belirsiz ve çok esnek. Bir çalışan aynı anda 3 ya da 4 farklı işi yapmak zorunda kalıyor. Ücretler açlık ve yoksulluk sınırı arasına sıkışmış durumda. Temel öncelik hayatta kalmak. Ankete katılanların çoğu yasal hak ve güvencelerinin bilincinde, iş güvenceleri üzerinde baskı hissediyor. Ama şu iki unsur, birazdan söyleyeceğim iki unsur en önemli engeller olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Nedir bunlar? Ankete katılanların önemli bir kısmı sektörün geleceği konusunda çok kötümser. Ve daha iyi bir ücret teklif edilmesi halinde sektörü terk etmeye hazır. Bu üzücü ama çok çarpıcı bir gerçek. Haliyle yayın evi sektöründeki çalışanlar uzun vadede kendilerini bu sektörde görmüyorlar ve ilk fırsatta kaçmanın, sektör değiştirmenin yol ve yöntemine bakıyorlar. Diğer bir unsur, az önce söylediğim gibi sektörde mikro ve küçük ölçekli işletmeler yaygın demiştim hatırlarsanız. Birçok çalışan iş yerinde toplu iş sözleşmesi görmek istiyor. Ancak iş yerinin finansal kapasitesinin bunu karşılayabileceğine inanmıyor. Yani ücretinde adil bir artış istiyor, çalışma sürelerinin düşürülmesini istiyor, yan haklar istiyor, ikramiye istiyor. Ama bunu senin iş yerinde yapabilir miyiz diye sorduğumuzda ne yazık ki işletmenin böyle bir kapasitesi yok, gerçekçi bulmuyorum yanıtı veriyor. Bu da diğer bir bariyer olarak bahsedebileceğimiz engel. Kısaca medya sektöründeki duruma da yanıt vermek gerekirse, evet 14 sözleşmeden bahsettik. Bunların bir kısmı uluslararası şirketlerin Türkiye büroları, bir kısmı ulusal düzeyde faaliyet yürüten medya şirketleri, bir kısmı da yerel gazeteler. İçlerinde haber ajansları, gazeteler, internet siteleri var. Bir norm yaratmaya, bir kural yaratmaya çalışıyoruz. Adil bir ücretin gazeteciler için hak olduğu ve bunun içinde sendikalaşmanın önemli bir vasıta olduğunu çalışmalarımızda göstermeye, anlatmaya çalışıyoruz. Tabii burada politik iklim çok bizim lehimize değil. Bu anlamda destekleyici yasal bir çerçeve yok. İş güvencesi üzerindeki korku ya da baskı oldukça yüksek. Bu da işimizi zorlaştırıyor diyebilirim.
Thank you very much, Elias. And now I will refer to Daria. Daria, same question goes to you. Where does collective bargaining in Croatia stand at the moment, and where should it be leading in near future? Towards where are you going in the near future?
Hvala na pitanju. Ovo je retka prilika da govorim na dobrom hrvatskom umjesto na lošem engleskom, pa neka prevoditelji odrade posao, probat ću dosta polagano govoriti. Pa ja bi isto dao nekakvu presliku situacije u Hrvatskoj i sektora cijelih medija. A počeo bi možda i za sve nas na neki način s podatkom da 2024. u Hrvatskoj bruto trošak rada, cijena rada po satu bila je 16 eura. Prosjek Evropske unije je 33 eura. Neko od naših zemalja su nešto ispod, nešto iznad Hrvatske, dakle, ali hrvatski radnik je duplo jeftiniji od onog prosječnog u Evropskoj uniji. Čisto informacije radi, dakle, Austrija, Njemačka se kreće na oko 43 eura, skandinavske zemlje do 50 eura po satu. Unatoč tome naši poslodavci govore da ne mogu biti konkurentni iz razloga što su plaće u Hrvatskoj previsoke. Dakle, i bogati plaću, to je bila jedna meksička serija i to se kod nas stalno gleda. Imajući u vidu na tu razliku u plaćama, a da smo u Europskoj uniji, pretpostavljam da se i to kod drugih članica sa istoka Europe događa, mi jednostavno moramo dizati naše plaće da bismo smanjili tu razliku, da nam prestanu odlaziti naši ljudi u Europu, jer dakle jedno tržište rada radnika otvoreno i od 2015. do negdje 2023. dogodilo se da je oko 300.000 mladih ljudi otišlo u zemlje Europske unije, nije se vratilo. Na taj način je riješena nezaposlenost u Hrvatskoj na najlošiji način za oni koji imaju potencijal su otišli iz zemlje. S te strane, vlada dosta jako gura minimalnu plaću posljednjih godina. 2023. je otišla 20% gore, 2024. odnosno 25. krivo gore, 2025. je otišla 15%, a sad će u 2026. ići 9% na 1050 eura bruto. Ono što se ne događa, dakle kad minimalna plaća gura, ostale plaće ne prate. One ne idu istim tempom dalje, tako da se sloj plaća sve više stišće u Hrvatskoj, dakle minimalna ide, a ostale ne idu dovoljno daleko, dakle ne razvijaju se dovoljno dobro, tako da imamo situaciju da je 50% radnika, dakle medijalna, ona srednji radnik, dakle na 1250 eura bruto, dakle samo 500 eura razlike. Prosječna je 1450 eura, dakle samo 700 eura razlike, svi radnici su zgurani u tome. Zašto to govorim? Zato što, nažalost, niti sektor medija, pogotovo dakle nakladništvo, odnosno tiskanih medija, digitalnih medija, nije pratio, nije rasao dalje, nego su plaće ostajale dakle stisnute i velik broj radnika napušta sektor. Kako se istini za volju smanjuje poslovanje, tako poslodavci puštaju radnike jednostavno da odlaze i to je nekakav, da tako kažemo, prirodan proces koji oslikava gašenje jednog dijela. Ono što moram isto reći o stanju tiskanih medija u Hrvatskoj, odnosno nakladnika, mi imamo članove u jednoj firmi koja se zove Tisak. To su kiosci, dakle male prodavaonice koje prodaju tiskovine. Prije 15 godina poslodavac, dakle ti kiosci su promijenili mentalni sklop poslovanja, počeli su se prebacivati od prodaje tiskovina na druge proizvode, na cigarete, danas na ove puhalice, na lutriju, na sve živo drugo što je moguće. Tada smo imali velik otpor radnika da ne žele to prodavati, ali istini za volju uradili smo taj proces. Što to govori? Dakle, da oni koji prodaju tiskovine, nažalost, više ne vide na njima zaradu, odnosno zarada, marža na prodanoj novini je i dalje dobra, ali za razliku od prije 20 godina, kad se 100 novina dovelo na kiosk, a 5 vratilo, sada se 5 novina doveze, a 4 se vrati. Dakle, najbolji pokazatelj stanja tiskanog nakladništva u Hrvatskoj, a bojim se dakle u velikom dijelu Europe, je upravo to da i oni koji se bave prodajom jednostavno odustaju od nje i idu u drugom smjeru. Država sufinancira na neki način, počela je sufinancirati ovaj dio, pa se našlo rješenje da se dio koji distribuira tiskovine izdvojio u posebnu firmu, odnosno u poštu, a država će sufinancirati sa 14,5 milijuna eura godišnje distribuciju tiskovina, pa na taj način dakle usporiti ovaj proces. Najveći pad se dogodio kad je bila korona, ono što se predviđalo da će trajati do 2030. praktički izguralo se u tih godinu dana i negativan trend ide i dalje. Što se tiče radnika, u tom kontekstu, dakle, poslodavci držeći razinu nisko, ne razvijaju više razinu prema gore, sektor je sve manje i manje atraktivan, kolektivno pregovaranje u nakladništvu je dosta loše razvijeno i nemamo dakle nekakve baš pozitivne. Is it working? No? Yeah. I think the battery is going away. Ono što bi još rekao, dakle, o tiskanim, odnosno digitalnim medijima, na jednom sastanku prije godinu, dvije, I get the green one. Na jednom sastanku prije godinu, dvije, ulovili smo upravo podatke od strane najvećeg nakladnika tiskanih medija u Hrvatskoj, koji se stalno zaklinje u prelaz na digitalno, da ono što on prodaje od sadržaja je oko tek 10% na digitalnom, 10% naplate pretplata. 80-90% tiskovina i dalje prodaje, koliko god bilo loše, koliko god bilo malo i manje u tiskanom obliku. Ono što uspijevaju prodavati oglase, ali sadržaj ne uspijevaju prodati i žive u jednoj zabludi da će dakle napraviti taj preokret, odnosno zakasnili su jer tu uslugu digitalnog nude već 20 godina i kako se kaže sami sebi režu granu na kojoj sjede. Bojim se da je tako i u drugim zemljama Europe, dakle jednostavno nudio se sadržaj koji se nije na vrijeme počeo naplaćivati, publika je naučila čitati kratko, ne više dugo i tiskano i bojim se da će jednostavno s vremenom tiskani mediji još više izgubiti na snazi. To je velika opasnost jer upravo kvalitetne redakcije, možda da ne uvredim neke koji su neovisni i u digitalnom, ali najjači izdavači i dalje imaju bazu onom što je tiskano, a gaseći, smanjujući redakcije, smanjuje se kvaliteta onog što ostaje često možda na samo digitalnom. Dopuštam da postoje drugačije i da postoje iznimke, ali u ovim nekakvim najvećim igračima takva je situacija. Što se tiče rada u tiskanim, odnosno digitalnim medijima, mi smo tu, dakle, kao grafički sindikat, odnosno medija, miješani sa sindikatom novinara. U principu sindikat novinara u stvari ima veći broj, da tako kažem, članova, odnosno prostora u kojem radi, ali, dakle, uvjeti za organiziranje su vrlo zahtjevni iz razloga što ima puno naglašenog individualizma, dakle, puno honorarnog rada, nesigurnih, prekarnih oblika rada, freelancera, i izuzetno je teško organizirati. Zajedno smo u jednom projektu sa sindikatom novinara, mi kao partner, oni kao nositelji, s kojim upravo pokušavamo jednostavno potaknuti ljude, dobiti ih na razgovor i u tom dijelu pojačati organizacije. Kad govorimo o nakladnicima, da tako kažemo, onim klasičnim, više tiskanim knjiga, oni su isto u jednom blagom padu, ali je ipak drugačija sudbina, odnosno nekako ipak stabilnija u odnosu na tiskane medije. Ono što mogu reći da u Hrvatskoj je jedna dosta, pa usuđujem se to reći na iskustvu našeg sindikata, pa među nekim nakladnicima baš i antisindikalna politika, koja kreće od nekoliko vlasnika koji su kroz pretvorbu 90-ih došli do tih firmi, gdje smo čak imali dosta jake podružnice. Danas nažalost ih imamo, ali ne mogu reći da imamo kvalitetan rad. Istini za volju, upravo smo sad u jednoj firmi otvorili, dakle, i pokušavamo, dakle, ići prema nekakvom organiziranju, ali, dakle, i tu je naglašena nekako individualnost, antisindikalna politika, tako da u samom sektoru nakladništva, izdavaštva, dakle, odnosno ovom dijelu medija, mi možemo, dakle, kolektivne ugovore nabrojati na prste 1, 2, maksimalno 3. Kad govorimo o kolektivnim ugovorima, i tu bi završio, što se tiče našeg sustava u zemlji, dakle, i tu je kolega, dakle, možda bio krivo shvaćen kad je govorio vezano za direktivu o minimalnoj plaći. Dakle, prevladava u stvari kolektivno pregovaranje na razini tvrtke. U javnom sektoru postoje nekoliko velikih kolektivnih ugovora koji pokrivaju cijeli javni sektor, tako da tu imamo 40% pokrivenosti svih radnika, odnosno gotovo svi u javnom sektoru su pokriveni. Prateći direktivu i cilj od 80%, naša vlada je na neki način pribjegla tome da se počelo razvijati sektorsko pregovaranje, ali na način da se sklapaju sektorski kolektivni ugovori, zadnja dva, to je htjelo biti naglašeno, više pro forme nego sa nekim značajnim jakim sadržajem. Njih jesu sklopili reprezentativni sindikati koji jesu najveći u djelatnostima u kojima djeluju, ali ti kolektivni ugovori nemaju, dakle, onu detaljnost kakvu mi očekujemo, kakvu imamo kod kućnog kolektivnog ugovora. Tu dolazi i moje pitanje koje nisam stigao postaviti kad smo sad razgovarali upravo oko direktive o minimalnoj plaći. Da li ovih 80% zaista postaje i čista forma nekada? Mi imamo da primjere zemalja u koje imaju i 100% pokrivenost kolektivnog ugovora, ali ako je to znači odrediti minimalnu plaću na razini nacionalnoj sa kolektivnim ugovorom i reći da onda imamo 100% pokrivenost, onda i Hrvatska, kao i mnoge druge zemlje, vrlo lako može, dakle, pokriti tu formu, a to sigurno nije cilj kolektivnog pregovaranja. Tako da tu isto treba biti oprezan sa direktivom, jer na taj način pokrivanja njezine forme i Hrvatska će vrlo brzo doći do tih 80%, već sad smo na 66%.
Thank you very much, Darje. And yes, you're right. There are many similar issues in the countries that we covered, but also on general level. Now I will ask Ilenia to share her experiences from the Europa perspective and the projects that you are participating in.
Thank you so much. Oh. Now it's on.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for everything you've shared until now. I think I'm going to be bringing in a bit more of a European perspective and maybe countries that haven't been very much mentioned today. We are in a very interesting moment now in the Uniropographical sector because we're leading our research on the publishing sector right now. To see where we are, especially looking at the recent developments. And so we will be gathering in Paris next week to present this to our affiliates as well. And we will be reflecting a lot on collective bargaining. So where are the main challenges right now? Many have been mentioned today, and they're similar across Europe, and yet the sector is so different across countries. Of course, the situation of unions in different countries affect publishing as well. Starting with newspapers and magazines, there are severe challenges. As Daria was saying, the way of consuming newspapers and magazines changed a lot, and the use of AI and the use of technologies has influenced that a lot. It's also the way, not only the way in which we write articles, but also the way in which we generate images. And we do layout, proofreading, translation. A lot of these tasks have been performed now and will be performed by AI, and this will affect employment a lot. So this raises questions on job security, on quality, on ethics, and the future of the professional skills. Also, a lot of employers have the temptation not to rely on professional labor, and so to rely on informal labor. And the financial pressures, because as you said, the question of advertising is quite massive, bring this temptation to the utmost level. Many newspapers have closed and many more are struggling to survive, especially we see a situation at a local level, which is quite sad. And the outlook seems not the greatest. The book sector, though, which we haven't mentioned a lot, is another story. It tends to be quite flat. It doesn't experience the same challenges in the same level. And the sector, however, is highly concentrated. There are very big publishers and very big players, and they're becoming very few and few as time goes by. And digitalization has had a big effect there. There's a lot of AI in there as well. Self-publication, there's so many issues that present in there. Overall, collective bargaining has huge differences across countries, and that's something that we cannot forget. France is one of the sectors that has been involved in collective bargaining in publishing since the very start, since the 30s, and it's quite strong there. Many big titles like Le Monde, Le Figaro, Écho Libération, they have very active unions, and they have a quite structured environment for collective bargaining. And then you have countries like Sweden, where you have an 80% coverage of collective bargaining. I'm presenting you this because, of course, this is a very different picture than in other places. And yet, the industry struggles as well, and there needs to be accommodations to that. In the Netherlands, there's been a recent development with Mediahuis, for example, and a very recent collective agreement. And Germany, for example, has a lot of regional collective agreements rather than the nationals. And Italy shows a very fragmented situation. Since 2016, I think there hasn't been a collective agreement updated. And so that's another, and it's odd because it's a country that has quite a large coverage. And book publishing in France, because there we were talking rather about newspapers, is also another seems to be quite strong and yet is struggling to adapt to the newer challenges of digitalization. And so we have several additional agreements that have been made on things like training, gender equality, telework, and anti-harassment. And still, this seems to be quite fragmented. And across Europe, there are trends that are clear. You have all seen it yourself. The sector has more publishing firms, but fewer workers. As we said, it's quite small. And there's a lot of micro publishers, freelancers, and so many other universe of workers that, of course, escape much easier from collective bargaining agreements. And the Nordic countries remain the strongest region, probably, for collective bargaining. And yet we have discussed a lot how Eastern Europe has severe challenges. In the UK and Ireland, there is no sectoral bargaining, for example, but union power has been under pressure for decades there, and you can see common trends from that point of view. So Precarious and atypical work is one of the main challenges that we see, especially in the newspaper world. And some countries have few sectoral agreements, and social dialogue ends up being weak in many of those. There's also employer reluctance to enter into agreements when there's none, and so it becomes more and more difficult as time passes. And what we will be looking at in Paris especially is AI-driven changes. This is because, of course, as Daria was saying, the way in which people consume media and newspapers especially has changed. But when the way of producing this media changes as well, then the effects on employment are even more severe. And that's something that we are going to be looking at. One thing we haven't mentioned, even though the book sector has been quite flat in terms of, they haven't experienced the same losses as newspapers. One thing that they are experiencing now is how many people are turning to audiobooks and podcasts rather than, what they would have read before. And that is becoming more and more relevant as time passes. So one thing that can be said is that there's a huge need to, even the countries, I've painted rosy pictures for some countries where there's collective agreement, the coverage is fantastic, and yet what our affiliates told us is that these are not adapting fast enough to these changes. And the changes in the industries are happening, that the collective agreements are, staying a little bit behind. And that is something that is quite urgent. So what we have noticed, and that's why we have focused our project on generative AI and digital changes, is that this is one of the biggest challenges we saw, because it is affecting employment and it is affecting also working conditions a lot across Europe.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'm sure that digitalization has become a buzzword, in particular in this sector. And we also found it in our reports, many suggestions and many issues concerning digitalization. So I would love to ask Ilyas to refer to this. I know that from the Turkey perspective, there's much to say about digitalization and new jobs appearing in journalism and the threats coming from that part. But also it's very hard to speak about that from Turkey's perspective, since we know about the precarious work and it's very much difficult to speak about decent work and new technologies, and knowing that journalists are threatened from many other ways. So please, Ilyas, if you would love to refer to this.
Teşekkürler. Dediğiniz gibi dijital araçlar konusunda Türkiye çok hızlı kendisine adapte edebilen bir ülke. En ufak bir gelişmeyi, bu alandaki yeniliği çok hızlı gazetecilik sektöründe, yayıncılık sektöründe görebiliyorsunuz. Ama bu beraberinde bir takım hak kayıplarını ya da suistimalleri de beraberinde getiriyor. Yayıncılık sektöründen bir örnek vereyim. Tamamen yapay zekaya çevrilmiş bir kitap bir yayın evinden çıktı, piyasaya sürüldü. Dikkatli okurların ve çevirmenlerin farkına varması üzerine sosyal medyada ifşa edildi. Yayın evi bu kitabı yanlış hatırlamıyorsam toplatmak zorunda kaldı. Buradaki gaye çevirmene hak ettiği ücreti vermemek, kar maksimizasyonunu olabildiğince yükseltmek. Benzer bir dijital araçların kullanımı anlamında benzer bir örneği gazetecilikten verebilirim. Yakın zamanda, yaklaşık bir ay önce bir haberi editör yapay zekaya atıyor ve yorumlamasını istiyor. Sanırım yapay zeka şöyle bir soru soruyor. Bu haberi daha çarpıcı ve dikkat çekici hale getirebilirim. Ama editör bu cümlenin farkına varmadan kopyalayıp sitede yayınlayınca ve yine dikkatli okuyucuların fark etmesiyle aslında bu sürecin ne kadar problemli, denetimsiz olduğunu bir kez daha bizlere gösterdi. Dijital araçlar ya da dijitalleşme alanında basılı gazeteler örneğin çok hızlı şekilde kendilerini internette var etti. İnternet medyasını büyüttü. Türkiye Gazeteciler Sendikası da bu anlamda bu gelişmeyi takip etti. Yani basılı gazetelere eş olarak, eş zamanlı olarak dijital medya alanında da örgütlendi. Geçmişte Yani bu sadece bugünün bir gerçeği değil. Geçmişte de olan sözleşmelerimiz var. Ama dijital medyada şöyle bir problemle karşı karşıyayız. Sanırım ilk bölümde oradaki konuklardan biri de bahsetti. Sektör karlı değil. Benzer bir sorunu burada da yaşıyoruz. Temel sorunumuz okuyucuya, izleyiciye ve dinleyiciye yaslanmayan bir finansal modelin yaşama ihtimali yok. Ve biz bu nedenle geçtiğimiz yıl örneğin Gazete Duvar adlı internet sitemiz kapandı. Artı Gerçek internet sitesi kapandı. Kapanmayan ama çalışan sayısını düşürmek zorunda kalan dijital mecralar da oldu. Buradaki temel problem dediğim gibi sürdürülebilir bir finansal modelin dijital mecralarda tam olarak inşa edilememesi. Bir takım okuyucu, izleyici, dinleyici alışkanlıkları var. İnternetten bedava habere ulaşmak gibi. Bir haberin maliyetli bir şey olduğu ve karşılığının ödenmesi gerektiği henüz Türkiye'deki okuyucu, dinleyici, izleyici kitlesi açısından çok karşılık bulmuş değil. Kıymetli örnekler var bu alanda ama yeteri kadar hakim değiller. Örnek olarak bahsedemiyoruz. Tabii dijital mecralar deyince işin bir de oraya içerik üreten kadrolarla beraber serbest gazeteciler ve onların yaşadığı sorunlar da var. Şimdi teknoloji ilerliyor, bu çalışma hayatına hızlı bir şekilde adapte ediliyor, yeni çalışma modelleri hızlıca adapte ediliyor ama mevcut mevzuat, örneğin serbest gazetecileri koruma konusunda Türkiye'de çok zayıf, çok eksikler var. Bu sadece serbest gazetecileri ilgilendiren bir sorun değil, genel Türkiye'deki çalışma mevzuatının sorunu. Kısıtlamalar nedeniyle sektörümüzde serbest iş yapan gazeteciler sendikal haklardan yararlanamıyor. Bildiğim kadarıyla birçok Avrupa ülkesinde bu mesele bir sorun değil. Sendikaya üye olabiliyorlar. Şimdi burada iki yol var. Bununla ilgili politika üretmek, sendikalar, meslek örgütleri olarak birlikte hareket etmek ve siyasi iktidarın çözüm üretmesi. Şimdi sendika olarak biz gerekli politikaları üretiyoruz, meslek örgütleriyle ortak hareket ediyoruz. Parlamentoda grubu bulunan siyasi partileri ziyaret ediyoruz. Dijital mecralarla ilgili, onların ekonomik sürdürülebilirliğiyle ilgili, serbest gazetecilerin sorunlarıyla ilgili çözüm önerilerimizi yaptığımız çalıştaylardan sonra çıkardığımız çözüm önerilerini paylaşıyoruz. Ama problem şu ki Türkiye'de bunları anlayacak, duyacak, kabul edecek ve sorun olarak görecek bir siyasi iktidar yok. Bu eksiklik, bu yöndeki girişimlerimizin ve taleplerimizin de sessizlikle karşılanmasına neden oluyor. Temel problemlerimizden, dijital alandaki temel problemlerimizden birisi de bu diyebilirim.
Thank you, Ilyas. And now, Daria, I know that you made talks about artificial intelligence on top of this digital issue. So would you like to share? I know that you mentioned the discrimination from using AI in recruitment and so on. So please, from Croatian perspective and what you worked on.
Pa, tu stvari su tu dva područja. Prvo je upravo pitanje digitalizacije i utjecaja na medije, a drugo je pitanje umjetne inteligencije i njezinog utjecaja na radne odnose. Što se tiče prvog i digitalizacije, dakle, prvo je osnovno, dakle, preko 80% sadržaja digitalnog čita se putem mobitela, to su podaci. A ako čitamo tako, onda se mijenjaju i naše čitalačke navike. Samim time jednostavno definiramo kako će to izgledati. Ono što mi se čini da je ključno pitanje, da li će u ovom internetu, koje je apsolutno i dalje neuređeno područje, iz aspekta autorskog prava, naplate i svega ostalog, da li će prevladati prodaja sadržaja, kako bi trebalo, ili klik. Dakle, ako će klik biti prostor preko kojeg ide naplata, onda jednostavno pravi digitalni mediji nemaju šanse. Dakle, onda, dakle, tu ulazi fake news, tu ulazi, dakle, sadržaj napravljeni umjetnom inteligencijom, novinarstvo više nije važno, svi postaju novinari, svi, dakle, rade nekakav sadržaj, a koliko se klika, toliko se naplaćuje, a sam algoritam vas usmjerava još da vas fila i više sa sadržajem kojem ste vi namijenjeni, dakle, kojem prevladavate. I onda, dakle, stvaramo, i to je vrlo opasno, jer se stvaraju više razina realnosti. Dakle, ja ako sam ekstremno desno i stalno sam na društvenim mrežama, još ću više hraniti putem društvenih mreža tu svoju ekstremnost desno, evo, ili volim životinje, ili što god. Dakle, jednostavno, taj algoritam još pojačava tu vašu iskrivljenu sliku realnosti. Ali, dakle, kad se o tom govori, stalno se o umjetnoj inteligenciji, stalno se govori o tome koji će poslovi nestati, odnosno koji poslovi će zamijeniti. To je samo jedan dio. Ono na što smo mi počeli upozoravati, imali smo prije 2 mjeseca dosta dobar odjek i na televiziji i okolo sa Hrvatskim sindikatom telekomunikacija, koji je također član UniJA, je algoritamski menadžment. Dakle, to je utjecaj umjetne inteligencije, uplivavanje u sve radne odnose. Dakle, ne samo one, dakle, u one koji danas postoje i koji će dalje postojati. Dakle, zamjena ljudskog rukovoditelja umjetnom inteligencijom, odnosno algoritmom. To je ono čime bi se sindikati i Unije to pokrenuo također i itekako trebali baviti. Dakle, a prisutno je, pogotovo u Americi, do određivanja zadataka, do nekakvog, dakle, rukovođenja, do praktički ocjenjivanja i nagrađivanja. Ono što u toj priči moramo se izboriti i boriti, dakle, podbrojam da prepoznamo uopće kad se to događa, da tražimo podatke, da se razumije, jer mnogi poslodavci su počeli kupovati programe, a ni sami baš to ne razumiju, da se dobivaju informacije i u konačnici da se može to kontrolirati. I na kraju da odluka bude uvijek na kraju čovjekova, a ne računalo je reklo. Ako dođemo kroz 20 ili 50 godina do toga da je računalo reklo da nešto mora biti tako, a menadžer na neki način se uzmiče jer kompjuter je odlučio, a ne ja kao čovjek, onda zaista će to biti pogubno za radne odnose.
Okay, thank you very much. We now tackled also the content of CBAs, and with the last question going to Ilenia, I would just like to ask you to tell us what else could be done taking into consideration of educational and social policies as well as regulatory mechanisms to address the issues, maybe also changing the content of on what we are going to bargain about in near future. Or
Yeah, I think one important thing that needs to be said that stems straight from what Daria and Ilias were saying is the fundamental role of media and newspapers with our democracies. We cannot function without it. Literally, our whole democratic system is based on receiving correct information. And so this should be at the top of the list of decision makers' agendas. That said, there's a few things that probably should be looked at in terms of the content. First of all, there needs to be a bit more transnational cooperation, because if we look at what Ilias was saying on SMEs, that can be a bit of a big problem, because of course the bargaining power becomes less the smaller we are. And so EWCs are probably something that could be used, European Work Councils, in big transnational companies, for those media companies that are big. And at the same time, there's also another thing that needs to be done. As Daria was saying, it's a whole way of consuming media that has changed. And so we probably, the workers, should be part of defining the new economic models of media producers. And from that point of view, there's a few examples that can be going around. We'll be looking at some in Paris next week. And sometimes the mix between the digital and paper models can be looked at in a way to balance out these situations. where the information is driven by clicks, by advertisements, it clearly goes in a certain direction that we have seen, which is not positive at all, but also harms the industry. So the employers themselves should find an interest in changing the economic model itself. And workers should be part of that and should be sitting down at the collective bargaining table with this in mind, that the model can be changed also according to what they know about the industry and their own skills and their own input. And they can do a lot into that. And at the same time, from the decision-making table, employers need to be not so gently nudged to enter into disagreement with the idea that, I mean, if newspapers are struggling so much, it should be in their interest as well to resurrect them. So it should be something that could be done at that level. And the last thing is also that, as I said, there is an inherent interest that states should have in keeping information as free and as correct and open and uninfluenced by other forces as much as possible. Otherwise, I mean, there's many political parties that have experienced what it means to be subjected to the ebb and flow of information. So it's something that absolutely needs to be looked at.
Thank you very much. And now I will ask Fiona, do we have some time for questions from the audience?
We don't.
Just a few, please, Fiona.
I will allow one question.
Okay.
Ooh. The ladies first, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for this discussion. I have a question regarding the sectoral bargaining and this small bargaining with small companies. We know that in our part, I'm coming from Serbia, so sorry, Tamara Filipovic from Independent Journalist Association of Serbia. So in our part of the world, we do not have the collective agreements on the national level in our media industry. So we do not have it because actually the publishers do not want to organize themselves. So we do not have the third part for the bargaining. So what we are doing, we have these small collective agreements, mostly on a level of public service media and very rarely in private media. And that is the situation in East Europe, in Western Balkan countries, in Turkey. So in these countries where actually this culture of collective bargaining is not on a high level. So my question is about this directive and 80% of people who are covered by the collective agreement. How you think that these countries can reach this rate with this so bad situation? And other question, there is a European Media Freedom Act now in force in EU countries. So for the first time, we have some protective measures mentioned in that act toward journalists and employees in the media industry. So do you think that that is also one of the advantages which you can use in collective agreements and collective bargaining?
Shall we take the other one and then...
One question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because translators also have break times.
I'll have a very short answer. First of all, promoting sector-level agreements rather than company-level agreements can really, really help, especially when the fragmentation is so big. And in terms of the European framework for that, absolutely, it should be encouraged to enter into the collective bargaining upon this legal framework. How that is done at a national level, that is something to be seen. It would be really interesting at a level of Europa and how we discuss that. We will be discussing next week in Paris that as well. How can we insert this into the clauses of every negotiation of collective bargaining, and how can we try to get a much broader coverage being supported also by national authorities? That is something that, of course, will take different shapes in different countries. Unfortunately, will also be very much influenced by the political situation of each country. But as you said, it is very positive that there is a European framework for that, absolutely.
Said one question, but not one answer. Well, I mean, we had the similar situation, but I would say that the system is very important because we had sectoral collective bargaining till 1995. We had a sectoral collective agreement in Croatia in our sector in 2008. But the change came with the switch of privatization, of transition, and the Chamber of Commerce of the sector wasn't anymore obligatory. They turned to the Association of Employers, which would not bargain with us on sectoral level. In 2012, we tried. They wanted to put so low level of rights that we didn't agree. In 2020, we tried to talk to them. We had 2 meetings, but they don't want to go to this discussion. Just to take this advantage to have remarks on something that was said also. We also, when we talk about collective bargaining, we also in Croatia, in our union, we covered about 75 to 80% of our members with collective agreements. But we have a problem that collective agreement is used also by those workers who are not members of union. And that is something that we are always try to make this difference, but the Supreme Court turns all this kind of laws down. This public procurement campaign that was set, I can say that in Croatia, even employers are willing to go that way because they have problems with contractors from other countries, from China even, and they want some standards to tackle this, to fight this competition that is not fair. One more thing that I think is very important is the question of the transparency of the payments, of the systematization of the employers. That is something that has also been lost. I can see now we in Croatia, but in other countries, have to put this directive more of equality of payment of women and men into our legislation, and I think this is the chance to put the real rigid terms of transparency of payments that cannot be 10 or 20 or 30% higher or for the same job, but to make it more transparent. And the colleague from Romania, I think he said something that I think is also very important: education, but not education on universities or just educating among ourselves, but education in high school, the alphabet of the working relations, not just the unions, everything. And then with that, we can manage to make another generation people that will understand these things. Because when they come with 25, not knowing about the unions, it is too late.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's too late.
Let us with this. Thank you, Elias, very much for your participation, and all the others for making this panel so interesting and full of content. And I suggest that we continue informally our discussion if Fiona.
Thank you very much, lovely panel. I was saying to Stan, the journalists always have the last and the best words, right? And thank you so much, Elias, for being with us today and sharing your reflections from Turkey as well, and Gaina for moderating this lovely panel. We have a little bit of a break for ourselves, but also for the interpreters before we head into the final session of today, which is about the commerce sector, which will be moderated by Jana. We're setting up the stage now. Please don't go to the toilet yet. Before we head into the break, I am giving the word to Andoni from Europa for your reimbursements. If you're not eligible for Uni reimbursement, you can go to the toilet. If you are, then Andoni.
Hi. Yeah, I have some questions of some people, so just to try to be as clarificative as possible. So with I think that all of you have received on your email when you were registered the form. So just fill the form with the data that you have and send me the form in PDF, if possible, with also in PDF a photo or a scan the invoices of the hotel and the flights. And you send me that, please, before because we have to do the payment in 2025. So this week, next week, something like that. And that's it. You can do one reimbursement per trade union if it's useful for you or whatever. It's possible to do that. Good. If not, I will be around if you have any questions of that. Thanks.
Great. We have a 20 minutes break. 20 minutes. I will come find you wherever you are. Okay, okay. Everybody, welcome back. I am going to slide us into the final part of the day. I know it's difficult. I just got the very nice comment from Valeria that I should be on the employer side because I'm very bossy. I will get you to your seat. Yes, he should be here. He should be here. Is Vasily here? Ah, perfect. Yes, he was here. Great stuff. Okay, I know it's difficult to get us through the final part of the day. Luckily, we have nice sweets, coffee, everything. I do think I would love to have your attention for the final panel of today, which covers a very important sector across all of Europe. All of us need it, and all of us make use of it. Without further ado, I would love to introduce our final panel of today, which covers the commerce sector. It will be moderated by Jana from Macedonia 2025. We have representation from Romania. Vasily, thank you for being here. We have representation from Slovakia. Peter, thank you for being here. And we have representation from Uni. Nicoletta, thank you for being here. You have the floor. I know Jana is very good at timekeeping, so I don't have to do that. Enjoy. Bear with us the last one today.
So I'm just briefly going to introduce today's session first. It's going to focus on the most dynamic and challenging sector, commerce, that we covered in the project. I might be biased, but we'll see. So it's a sector deeply fragmented and with rapid digitalization, gender disparities, and a growing presence of multinational retail chains. Our goal today is to explore how smart bargaining can help address these issues and, of course, expand bargaining coverage for workers across Europe. So thank you for our panelists today. We have Nicoletta, Peter, and Vasily. So we're just going to start off with first round of questions. Nicoletta, I'm going to start with you. Our comparative report generated as part of the project highlighted precarious work, high turnover, strong gender segregation across the commerce workforce. So how can trade unions use smart bargaining to bring vulnerable groups such as part-time, temporary, or informal workers into collective bargaining coverage?
Thank you so much, Jana. And let me start by saying that the project findings are unfortunately true. And let me highlight some other aspects that can make the collective bargaining in the commerce sector much more challenging. As you already told, the sector itself is very fragmented because there are a lot of type and sizes of companies, and not only structurally fragmented, but geographically fragmented as well. So one big company can hundreds of shops across one country. So the commerce trade unions need much more time, much more financial and human resources in order to organize them. And in contrast, in industry, sometimes thousands of workers are in the same building, so it makes the organizing much more easier. And which is probably not in the research. We have a new trend, a new emerging trend, which is brownfield franchising. This means that existing shops with existing workers are taken over by an entrepreneur or a small SMEs. And workers continue to wear the same uniform and work under the same logo, but according to our research, their working conditions in getting worse most of the cases, so they get less wages. They probably will lose their trade union membership. They probably lose their benefits and protection of the company level collective agreements. So even though the company, and let me say that sometimes we faced gray or under table employment in the case of these workers. So even though the company looks like the same from outside, the workers inside getting much more vulnerable situation. And even though it's not appeared in all European countries yet, but it will, because it's a growing business model, it's a growing trend. And nevertheless, country will affected by it, and it will make this fragmented sector much more fragmented, and probably it will cause trade union membership decrease. And as we all know that the strong trade union membership is one of the key ingredients of the collective bargaining, or let's say smart bargaining. So this is one of the key factors. We have to have members. The second is that we need to ensure that the trade unions has knowledge, tools, and support to deal with these issues, because a lot of trade union has simply not enough resources, not enough experts to deal with these things and bring it to the negotiation table. For example, before uni, I work in Hungary for the commerce sector. I was the sectoral expert, the international officer, and the leader of the organizing activity myself. So you can imagine how lack of resources, what can mean. And this is the activity that we at Europa Commerce doing. We identify with the help of our affiliate, we identify the key trends, the problems, what will shape the future. And with the help of European funded project, we investigate the issue, we make research, we mapping the field and collecting best practices, and give the affiliates tools in the form of guidelines and policy recommendation. How can we change the regulation in order to avoid the negative effects? So I think it's very important. And of course, it's also important to raise awareness among the workers, because I also experienced in Hungary that if you speak, if you speak different thing than the wages, they say, I don't care how much will be my wage increase. So we need to raise this issue and make the invisible workers more visible. And it should start collecting data. We have to mapping the workforce. We have to identify where are the problems, where are the vulnerabilities, and using this information in the negotiation table. So unions not only can negotiate about the wages, but they can negotiate about measures that really makes better the working conditions. For example, they can negotiate on paid training for all workers, or predictable scheduling, or even pathways for temporary or agency workers to move into a secure job. And luckily, we have some good examples. For example, in Austria, the Commerce Trade Union just signed an agreement with a big company which regulate not only the working conditions and the salary of the temporary agency workers, but it's provide them the right to the permanent contract after 6 months. So I think this is a very strong example how trade union can or what trade union can achieve if they are organized and structured.
Thank you. Peter, we'll move on with you. So Slovakia faces high union fragmentation, and with several company-level unions affiliating outside the commerce sector. What steps is your organization taking to strengthen inter-union coordination and build a unified bargaining front toward large foreign retail chains?
Dobrý deň. V prvom rade teda by som povedal, že tá rozdrobenosť je veľmi zlý fenomén. Nie je to možno úplne až tak stará téma, je to relatívne v poslednej dobe. Aké kroky podnikáme my? Neviem, či je to úplne otázka na náš odborový zväz, ale či by to nebola skôr možno otázka na vyššiu úroveň, ako je konfederácia. A samozrejme, tam, kde pôsobíme, tak najviac, asi kde máme najväčšiu členskú základňu, nepociťujeme takúto rozdrobenosť. Problematické sú nadnárodné korporácie a obchody, reťazce, ktoré strácajú nejakú tú jednotnú organizáciu a čím viac máte zamestnancov, tým ľahšie sa vám vytvára nejaký zmätok, možno aj zo strany zamestnávateľov mnohokrát, ktorým vyhovuje takáto rozdrobenosť.
Thank you, Vasily. So Romania's retail sector is highly decentralized, with no sectoral agreement and major power imbalances between employers and unions. Which legal or institutional reform do you see as most effective for overcoming employer resistance and raising bargaining coverage?
În România nu există o fragmentare a sindicatelor din sector. În România nu există o fragmentare a sindicatelor. Sindicatele care există în sectorul comerț sunt cele pe care le-am înființat noi, cu sprijinul unii, bineînțeles. La început fără sprijinul unii, ulterior a venit și acesta. Suntem în unii încă de la înființarea organizației, după fuziunea, care a fost făcută în 2001. Am avut sprijin pe tot parcursul în partea lor, dar noi am înființat sindicate noi, companii nou existente pe piață și mă refer aici la companiile multinaționale. Am început cu compania Metro, după aia a fost Realul, tot al grupului Metro. Ulterior a venit Selgrosul, care acum este membru al grupului Coop din Elveția. Am continuat cu Carrefour, care pe atunci avea 4 companii în România. Azi Carrefour mai are una singură, care au fuzionat toate companiile pe care le aveau în subordine. Avem 18.000 de membri, toți sunt companii multinaționale și mai puțin câteva sute de membri în sindicate mici locale. Problemele de legislație, să spunem, le-am rezolvat încă de acum 2 ani. De fapt, în decembrie anul ăsta se împlinesc 3 ani. Am făcut parte din echipa de negociere a modificării legii dialogului social, cum este denumită în România. Până atunci exista o altă lege a dialogului social. Noi îi spuneam legea contra dialogului social, pentru că efectiv nu permitea un dialog social, nu permitea existența nici teoretică a contractelor colective de muncă sectoriale. Deși am avut în România un președinte al organizației de tip patronal a sindicatelor, de tip patronal a celor din multinaționale, Van Groninger, de la o bancă din Austria, era și director al Raiffeisen Bank, care se regăsește cam în toate țările prezente, și care a vrut să demonstreze la toate sesizările noastre că se poate organiza și negocia un contract colectiv de muncă sectorial împreună cu domnul Paraschiv, prezent aici în sală. Și viața a demonstrat că nici acel contract nu a putut fi aplicat la nivel sectorial, erga omnes, pentru toți participanții la activitatea bancară din România. În 2022, cu sprijinul Uniunii Europene și a comisarului Schmidt, căruia îi port veșnic răspuns, respect, pentru că tu e un om, un politician rar, întâlnit, un politician care atunci când a promis ceva s-a ținut și de cuvânt. De obicei ne mint toți frumos și cu asta se termină și ne spun că da și nu se întâmplă nimic. Ei nu, comisarul Schmidt și-a dus până la capăt misiunea, a reușit să introducă directiva cu salariu minim în european. De fapt, noi atunci, cei din comerț, în timpul pandemiei, am fost unul din puținii care au organizat un protest aproape de aici, la Comisia Europeană, tot pe tema directivei, pentru sprijinirea directivei. Atunci am fost primit și de comisarul Schmidt și am explicat care sunt problemele legislative în România și cum, de fapt, este interzisă negocierea sectorială în România, permițând numai negocierea la nivel de companie. A înțeles toate argumentele noastre și în momentul ăla a impus României, prin Programul Național de Reziliență și Redresare, să modifice legislația muncii și sindicală în sprijinul dezvoltării negocierii colective și extinderea lui, cum știți că a apărut directiva, până la 80% din angajați să fie acoperiți de un contract colectiv de muncă. Am participat din partea confederațiilor sindicale la modificarea legii. Am reușit să o modificăm de așa natură încât să putem simplifica procedurile de negociere și de reprezentare, în așa fel încât să putem avea contracte colective de muncă, inclusiv sectoriale, și scăderea baremului pentru contractele colective la nivel de întreprinderi, unde era nevoie de un minim 50% din angajați să aibă un sindicat ca să poată negocia un contract colectiv de muncă. Ori în sectorul retail lucrează în România 500 și ceva de mii în magazine mici, în IMM-uri, și 300 și ceva de mii de oameni în lanțurile mari de magazine. Majoritatea sunt companii multinaționale, sunt numai 2 companii românești. Restul toate sunt companii multinaționale și s-a mai discutat astăzi aici că lucruri pe care în țara lor de origine nu le-ar aplica niciodată împotriva angajaților, în Europa de Est fac prăpăd cu ele. În primul rând, au activitate antisindicală convinsă, drepturi cât mai mici și cât mai apropiate de salariul minim pe economie pentru angajați. Deci partea asta de negociere am rezolvat-o, de modificarea legii. Ce n-am rezolvat a fost dreptul la grevă. Dreptul la grevă a rămas cum era înainte dreptul la contractul colectiv de muncă. Nu puteai să ai un contract sectorial, așa în România acum nu prea poți să faci o grevă. Ca să faci o grevă, nu poți să o dezvolți la nivelul unui magazin, la un hipermarket. Chiar dacă are 500 de angajați, nu poți să faci grevă acolo, trebuie să ai 50% din angajații din compania respectivă care să dorească să facă grevă. Și nu în toate magazinele sunt aceleași probleme ca să fie dispuși membrii de sindicat să intre în grevă pentru oricine are probleme. Neavând, ca să spunem, practic dreptul la grevă, nu ai nici dreptul la presiune sau la echilibrarea balanței de forțe în timpul negocierii colective. În situația asta, efectiv evită, deși legea spune clar, contractul colectiv de muncă este obligatoriu, noi de 2 ani și jumătate îndeplinim condițiile legale și noi și ei pentru negocierea contractului sectorial. De 2 ani și jumătate evită și tot ne plimbă și de-abia în sfârșit, după 2 ani jumate de, să spunem, lupte și așteptări în același timp, am reușit să obținem un termen să începem negocierea contractului sectorial în luna ianuarie a anului următor, în 22 ianuarie. Deci nu întotdeauna intențiile bune transpuse într-o lege duc și la posibilitatea reală de a negocia un contract colectiv de muncă sectorial. Dar o spun pentru cei mai tineri și poate la început de drum, m-am văzut că sunt mulți aici, Ultimul contract sectorial l-am negociat în 2010. Deci, să spunem, de când s-a înființat Federația în 1990 și până atunci, an de an, am negociat contract colectiv de muncă sectorial. În 2010 am negociat un contract sectorial care era mai mult o amenințare la adresa angajatorilor din multinaționale pentru faptul că nu voiau să se unească într-o federație patronală pentru a putea negocia un contract colectiv de muncă. Le-am spus atunci, i-am avertizat din 2006, 2007, 2008 și le-am spus vom negocia un contract colectiv de muncă care va cuprinde drepturi pe care voi nu le acordați astăzi, care va trebui aplicat erga omnes și nu o să vă convină. Zic, mai bine organizați-vă înainte. N-au vrut să se organizeze, tocmai ca să nu negociem contractul colectiv de muncă sectorial. Am găsit atunci o organizație patronală dispusă, pe care legea din momentul respectiv o permitea. Am negociat un contract colectiv de muncă, s-a aplicat erga omnes și, bineînțeles, a avut prevederi care nu le-au convenit deloc celor din companiile multinaționale. Și automat au reușit să se organizeze în federație patronală. Dar nu ca să negocieze un contract colectiv de muncă, ci pentru ca nimeni să nu poată negocia un contract colectiv de muncă fără ei. Aici problemele sunt în continuare mari, iar faptul că dreptul la grevă este aproape inexistent în România, în lanțuri de magazine, exact ce spunea și reprezentanta Unii, într-o fabrică, toți la un loc. În hipermarketuri avem în fiecare în oraș 1, 2, 5 hipermarketuri, dar nu ai pe toți la un loc, ai răspândiți în toată țara. Iar angajați la nivelul sindicatelor din comerț din România sunt numai 2, mari și lați, sunt prezenți aici în sală, eu și colega mea. Primul sindicat l-am înființat eu singur, în campanie sindicală, prin toată țara, în magazinele Metro. N-a fost simplu, n-a fost ușor, dar victoria ne-a dus încet către locul în care suntem astăzi. Nu este cel mai bun, dar nu este nici cel mai rău. Suntem unul din cele mai mari sindicate din mediul privat din România, totuși. Deocamdată cam atât ca răspuns la o primă întrebare a ta. Eu sunt în stare să mă lungesc mult cu răspuns.
Thank you. Nicoletta, we're back to you. What concrete cross-border strategies or campaigns is or will Europa prioritize to compel large multinational companies to participate in sectoral or multi-employer bargaining?
Yes, we at Europa Commerce, we use a lot of things at the same time in order to deal with the multinational companies. We use global framework agreements, we use global trade union alliances, we use European Works Councils. We also build cross-border organizing and bargaining capacity with the help of our organizing centers and our European-funded projects. And we also use the political pressure at European level when it comes to, for example, the case of Amazon, Temu, and Shein. So this was my short answer. But let me give you some more details. UniGlobal signed a global framework agreement with Auchan, Carrefour, H&M, Inditex, and Metro. And these agreements are very important because these establish basic labor standards all over the world. So that this makes sure that wherever the companies operate, Africa, Latin America, Asia, workers have the right to join the trade union and to negotiate collectively. And these global framework agreements also give us the chance to keep contact with the top management directly. So it also helps us to solve the problems much more faster, which I think it's a very, very important thing. Also, the global trade union alliances, these are really important because these global giants operates globally. So trade unions should think, work, and act globally. If necessary, put pressure on these giants, because otherwise we have no chance to fight with them, these companies. We also support and coordinate the work of European Works Council with our European Works Council network. And this work is crucial because this network gives the members opportunity to understand their rights more, improve their skills, and use their mandate much more effectively. UniGlobal also established an organizing network for those trade unions who organize or want to organize Lidl. And you have to know that Lidl is a very hostile company, so it's really hard to organize. They rather fire 100 workers than let trade unions to establish and organize. So we need a shared strategy in order to organize this company as well. But as we already said, a lot of time today, Uni has also organizing centers in Europe, which can support our affiliates with trainings, to be a strategy, or sometimes even physical, real person organizers as well. And last but not least, I think it's also a very good example what a trade union, global trade union movement can do is the Amazon campaign. Because Amazon is the biggest company. It's a huge giant. It's no way to deal with it in company level. And this Amazon campaign is bring together workers all over the world, and they can act within this community as one united movement.
Thank you. Peter, so we know SAMO members are currently avoiding multi-employer bargaining, but the EU minimum wage directive could change this. How confident are you that these legal tools will bring SAMO into bargaining? And what will your organization do to ensure that expanded multi-employer agreements contain real improvements rather than the minimum legal standards?
Takže asi sa jedná teda najviac na Slovensku o skupinu SAMO, ktorá združuje medzinárodné reťazce. Ich členom myslím 6 alebo 7 medzinárodných reťazcov. K čomu je treba na úvod dôležité povedať, že až do začiatku tohto roka sa na toto združenie SAMO nedalo ani rozšíriť kolektívne vyjednávanie a nemohli prijať kolektívnu zmluvu vyššieho stupňa záväznú pre svojich členov. Došlo tam teda k zmene legislatívy a možno to je. Ešte by som chcel teda doplniť, že náš odborový zväz má v súčasnosti platné 2 kolektívne zmluvy vyššieho stupňa. Jedna je so skupinou COOP, čo je veľmi významný a veľký zamestnávateľ, a druhá je so zväzom obchodu, čo je veľmi podobné hnutie ako SAMO, akurát združuje domácich predajcov. Ale naspäť k členom SAMO. Ako to bolo spomenuté, najväčšia výzva je vždy Schwarz Group, to je teda predajca Lidl a Kaufland. Ale okrem toho je v aliancii SAMO sú združení predajcovia ako Metro, Billa, Tesco. Môžem povedať, že u všetkých týchto troch posledných menovaných máme kolektívne zmluvy a sú tam platné veľmi dlho a ten sociálny dialog je v podstate vždy úspešný. Čiže tam problém nevidím nevidím dôvod na silou mocou rozšírenie kolektívnej zmluvy vyššieho stupňa. Áno, bolo by to fajn, ale na druhú stranu povedzme si, že pôsobiť v tom Lidli a v Kauflande sme skúšali teda ešte aj dávnejšie. Dostali sme sa po bod založenia odborovej organizácie u zamestnávateľa, avšak vždy našiel nejaký spôsob, ako zabrániť, či už to bolo výpoveďou odborárom, alebo založením nejakých iných odborov v inom odborovom zväze. Dajme tomu, že to môže byť téma aj na tú rozdrobenosť. Potom je otázka ani nie tak na náš zväz, ako by sme zabezpečili to, aby sa táto rozdrobenosť nediala, ale otázka je, či či tie ďalšie odborové zväzy, pôsobiace konkrétne v tom Lidli, majú záujem sa s nami stretávať a komunikovať, lebo náš odborový zväz je reprezentatívnym v obore predaju v reťazcoch, v malom obchode, áno, ale od nich žiadna výzva nechodí. Keď sme ich aj kontaktovali za účelom teda nejakej spolupráce, tak nikto neprišiel ani ku nám na sídlo, nikto sa neozval. Čiže neviem, či je tá otázka na spoluprácu a samo ako také cieľené určite na naše pôsobenie. Vidím tam veľký prienik v prípade uzatvárania kolektívnej zmluvy vyššieho stupňa, avšak v súčasnosti, ako vravím, väčšinu alebo gro i členov pokrývame podnikovými kolektívnymi zmluvami a uvidíme, čo nám prinesie aj ďalší rok. V rámci slovenskej legislatívy riešime rôzne témy, ako sú zrušené sviatky, počas ktorých sa otvorili obchody, dovtedy boli zavreté. Čiže možnosť na nejaké kolektívne vyjednávanie v rámci kolektívnej zmluvy vyššieho stupňa tu určite je a budeme ďalej na to tlačiť a uvidíme, kam sa dostaneme. Ale vravím, najväčšou brzdou a najväčším členmi asi bude ten Lidl a Kaufland, čiže opäť Schwarz Group.
Thank you. And Vasily, we don't have to mention all the major vulnerabilities that come with low-level bargaining, but let's say gender segregation, high turnover, temporary contracts, and wage gaps are the largest. How can unions, employers, and the national authorities work together to support EU mechanisms and collect and use reliable data on wages, productivity, informal work, so that collective agreements better protect these vulnerable groups?
Microphone.
În România am rezolvat problema politică, am rezolvat problema contractelor pe timp parțial. Întrucât acolo se făcea cea mai mare evaziune pe muncă, le făceau un contract parțial pe 2 ore, maxim 4 ore și de fapt omul lucra și 12 ore, primea salariu cu taxe pe 2 ore sau 4 ore cât era contractul, iar diferența primea bani la negru, încurajând așa zisa muncă la gri, în care o mică parte era fiscalizată, iar restul nu, și în felul ăsta era o concurență neloială între companii, cele care foloseau și cele care nu foloseau acest sistem. De asemenea, îi lăsa pe oamenii care lucrau în acest sistem de muncă la gri cu un viitor după pensionare egal cu 0 aproape. S-a rezolvat întrucât prin legislația română, astăzi, indiferent cât timp lucrează un angajat, taxele pentru stat rămân cel puțin la nivelul salariului minim pe economie pentru program integral. În felul ăsta a fost descurajată foarte mult angajarea temporară de fațadă, dar în același timp a afectat și oamenii care aveau neapărat nevoie de numai un contract parțial, ori pentru creșterea copiilor, ori de probleme de sănătate și așa mai departe. Dar nu prea mai avem mari probleme cum nu avem nici probleme pe discriminare. În comerț, cel puțin în sector la noi, dar cred că asta se întâmplă în majoritatea țărilor, avem o rată de peste 60% femei. Au fost și promovate și plătite egal. Nu mai mult avem probleme cu cazurile de hărțuire, dar și acum legislația și directiva europeană a imprimat noi proceduri prin care încercăm să eliminăm și această problemă. Mai adaug aici ce a spus și Nicoleta. Au contribuit foarte mult la realizările pe care le-am avut, acordurile colective negociate de unii cu mari companii. Încă e un lucru foarte important și ajută foarte mult la dezvoltarea, să spunem, a unui climat mai puțin antisindical a unor companii decât era cel anterior. Marea problemă a acordurilor globale semnate de unii cu angajatorii este faptul că până nu se înființează acolo un sindicat care să afle de acel acord global, este ținut secret. Nu află nimeni dintre angajați că există un acord global semnat prin care compania se angajează să respecte drepturile la asocierea angajaților în sindicat și așa mai departe. Deci le tratează poate în viitoarele contracte să fie obligate, să spunem, sau să-și asume obligația firmele să-și facă cunoscut acest acord global și către angajați și să facă dovada lui. Fiindcă altfel se reduce cum folosesc același procedee ca și la comitetele europene de întreprindere. Cât nu există sindicat, își trimit la comitetele europene de întreprindere oameni din staful companiei. Dau un exemplu, la Metro în 2006 era în Comitetul European de Întreprindere reprezentanta de la HR din România, ca și reprezentantă a salariaților. Ce fel de reprezentare ducea ea pentru salariați, bănuim cu toții. Am reușit să schimbăm aceste lucruri după ce am înființat sindicat în companiile respective. Dar până atunci, Dumnezeu cu mila, nu se știa. Ne mândrim că am fost, să spunem, poate promotorii negocierii unui acord global, cel cu Oșanu, mare companie. Faptul că împreună cu unii am realizat în România o investigație care demonstra Băncii Mondiale că Oșan nu respectă principiile nici măcar cele ale OIM și ale Băncii Mondiale, a condus la faptul că cei din Oșan au acceptat pentru prima oară în România să se întâlnească cu un reprezentant al UNI, pentru că Banca Mondială, după investigația realizată de noi în România cu UNI, nu le-au mai dat accesuri la bani cu dobânzi reduse pentru așa zisa dezvoltare în România. E adevărat, companiile multinaționale au dus la dezvoltarea comerțului, la asigurarea, să spunem, securității și sănătății chiar a populației, a consumatorilor. Dar faptul că ar crea niște locuri de muncă este undeva cam așa. Când se înființează un magazin de genul care vorbea colegul din Slovacia, când deschide un Kaufland care are 100 de angajați, în jur, micile magazine pierd 1000 de angajați, fiindcă se închid. Se închid 1000 de magazine ca să se deschidă 1000 de angajați ca să deschidă Kauflandul un loc de muncă pentru 100 de angajați. Dar nu vorbește nimeni de progresul pe care le-au adus companiile multinaționale în ceea ce privește modernizarea comerțului. Un pericol mare pe care îl avem este, la fel cum spunea Nicoleta, franșizarea, când se dau magazinele în franșiză, deocamdată cele mici, cele de de cartier, cele de proximitate, se dau în franciză, angajații nu mai au calitatea de angajat al companiei, prevederile contractului colectiv de muncă nu-l mai acoperă, pierd drepturi importante, cum este asigurarea de sănătate, sporuri și alte lucruri, unde sunt plătiți numai cu salariul minim pe economie. Deci trebuie să avem mare grijă ce facem și cu franșizarea, fiindcă nu știm până la ce nivel o vor duce, atâta timp cât le creează oportunități și mai ales sunt o groază de bani pe care și-i salvează dând în franciză, banii cu amenziile pentru nerespectarea ori a procedurilor de sănătate, ori a prevederilor de protecție a muncii și așa mai departe pe care companiile le au și nu sunt sume mici, care bugetate reprezintă sume considerabile, dând în franciză, predau aceste obligații franșizorilor, dar care se descurcă, fiind companii mici, sunt controlate mult mai rar sau se fac cineva că i-a controlat.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all three of you for these insightful reflections. I believe we have now exactly 5 minutes for some questions from the audience. So, yeah.
Să vorbesc în Slovacia și am Slovacia. Pentru Peter, nu? Am zis bine? Da. Deci ați spus că în această încercare de a rezolva sindicală cu și Kaufland din Slovacia, aceștia au fost foarte reticenți. Întrebarea mea este dacă aceste două companii care sunt germane, deci o țară foarte importantă a Uniunii Europene, care are o tradiție social-democrată și în politicile sociale, dacă aveți cunoștință că au același tip de comportament și pe teritoriul Germaniei cu Kaufland și cu Lidl. Mulțumesc!
Takže na toto vám odpovedať neviem. Môžem vám však povedať, že v Kauflande vznikla odborová organizácia, pôsobila tam pod našim zväzom asi mesiac, 2, než dostali teda vyslovene výpoveď. Urobili to formou úplatku, poviem to takým spôsobom, že dostali vysoké odstupné, takže boli aj tí odborári motivovaní vlastne ukončiť túto činnosť. Prečo sa takto správajú, neviem. Ani priznám sa, že nemám nejaké informácie, ako by sme mohli možno v rámci nejakých európskych štruktúr zatlačiť. Bojím sa najmä toho, že by odpoveď bola taká, že veď u nich už odbory pôsobia, čo je pravda, ale nie sú organizované v našom zväze. Prečo? Keď my sme tí reprezentatívni, máme obrovskú základňu, čo sa týka maloobchodu, áno. Združujeme v podstate všetkých ostatných maloobchodníkov. Tak ja sa pýtam tiež, ako je teda možné, že iné odborové zväzy, ktoré sú de facto predtým zamerané na priemysel, pôsobia v maloobchode a tvária sa reprezentatívne.
Eu la întrebarea ta să dau un răspuns. Acum câțiva ani, Sindicatul Verdi, al doilea cel mai mare sindicat din Germania, 2 milioane de membri, organiza o campanie Lidl, o pată neagră pe harta Europei. Pentru că nici în Germania nu le permiteau cei din Lidl să organizeze oamenii în sindicate, deși acolo sindicatele nu sunt de companie, ci sunt sindicate sectoriale. La fel și în Kaufland. Și astăzi ponderea, și poate să ne spună Nicoleta mai multe, a numărului membrilor de sindicat în cele două companii, membre ale aceluiași grup, aceluiași patron, e vorba de grupul Schwarz, au o acțiune permanent antisindical. Noi am înființat deja un sindicat în Lidl România, acum încercăm să-l dezvoltăm și urmează, bineînțeles, și Kauflandul după aia. Vedem cu ce rezultate, dar eu sper să reușim cum am reușit de câte ori ne-am propus ceva. Cu sprijinul, bineînțeles, al unii. Mulțumesc.
If anybody else has a very short question, we have 50 seconds. If not, we can conclude this session.
Thank you so much to everybody for sharing your good stories. And I would say some stuff for ready to fight, right? Keep it up. Great. I have two more things for you today. My lovely people in the back, can you put on her presentation? We have two more things today for you. The first one is some reflections from the lead of the project, the director of CELSI, Marta, who's standing next to me here. And the second thing I will ask you is, as a closure of today, to think about, and that's something you can think about while Marta is presenting, one word that describes how you feel after today, and one thing you will do after you leave this room today with everything you've learned. Think about it. I will ask everybody, so there's no exceptions. Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to give this closing word. And I have to say, I'm really impressed by the debates we've heard today. They were not easy. We touched upon a lot of very different and very difficult topics. And I'm sure you will all leave this event with a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, but also hopefully some inspiration for your next work. And I would like to just reflect really in an overarching perspective of some of the topics that were discussed today, and to which we wanted to contribute also as researchers, analyzing in the last 2 years collective bargaining in the services sector. Without further ado, we've already heard this morning that why services are extremely important for the European economy. They are actually a key pillar of the European economy, but we have to acknowledge the diversity of services. There are different subsectors, different employment models, different challenges we've heard about across different subsectors of the services, and also various new forms of work, a challenge of people working undeclared, illegally, or unreported, paid in cash instead of proper wages. So there is a lot happening in services, and we don't have systematic knowledge on all of this. We need to understand much better what's going on before we can find ways forward. There are also new challenges popping up. The role of technology is now being discussed everywhere. How is this changing work in the services sector? New kinds of vulnerabilities, so workers' exposure to some non-standard contracting and some undeclared or some kind of fraud type of practices. So this is all that we need to acknowledge when we also talk about the development of collective bargaining. So there is a whole research agenda for us researchers ahead of us, that we need to really understand what is behind bargaining. Why is it happening? Why is it not happening? How can we understand what does bargaining coverage mean? And just very briefly, to give you some insights on this, we need to understand whether there are good actors for bargaining, whether they are capable, whether they are equipped with the knowledge they need for bargaining. Second, we need to know what is the content of collective agreements. We cannot push collective bargaining without knowing what does it actually regulate? So we also need to collect collective agreements, analyze them, and we already do this, and we invite everyone to share with us collective agreements that we can include in our global database and analyze its content. We also need a supportive legislation, which we have heard a lot about today, and we need to be clear about how the state can support the development of collective bargaining. These are some of the questions we've addressed in the BARSERVICE project, and I will not talk more about this project. Feel free to take the materials that are still around on the tables that we have produced, country reports, comparative reports, policy recommendations, leaflets. So feel free to take them, but you'll also find them on the website of the project. And the takeaway from our work as researchers is that we try to understand, in this huge diversity of services, how can we understand collective bargaining? And we come to the conclusion that one size does not fit all. We have to be more flexible in understanding that bargaining can be what we call smart. And smart basically means it happens at the most feasible level for the specific sector. And you have heard today about huge differences. We cannot expect the same in large multinational banks than in small commerce shops, for example. So smart bargaining has two components. One is the level at which bargaining happens, and second is the content. And here we can look at topics beyond the wages. Within the broader debate on the quality of jobs in Europe, which is now a big topic, we can question how does collective bargaining help to contribute also to other topics like skill development, training, health and safety, work-life balance. So collective bargaining has really a bigger potential than setting the wages, and we have to acknowledge this. Yes, I've already mentioned this. So basically, I invite everyone to look at there are two websites actually where you find all the materials that we have produced. There are many sectoral country reports, videos in the local languages of the countries we have covered. So please feel free to use this material for your work. And on behalf of the BARSERVICE team, I would like to thank everyone for your participation, for your insights, for your contributions. And I hope we can continue this discussion, whether with direct cooperation or with knowing about each other and thinking about each other. And I would also like to thank the organizers and the big applause for our interpreters today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. And thanks, everybody. So before we go home, we have one more exercise together. Sorry, I have to keep the spirit up, right? Keep the spirit alive. I will ask each one of you how you feel and what you'll do tomorrow with everything that we've learned. Can just be, we keep on fighting. That's good enough, right? I can start. What I feel proud of all of you and everything that we've done. And what I will continue doing tomorrow is ensuring we have an even better collective agreement database that all of you can use to within your negotiations.
I feel, I hope. Sper că voi fi mai puternică, că voi fi mai inteligentă și mai flexibilă.
Cuvântul pentru mine de urmat și pe care îl simt acum este optimismul.
Pentru mine reprezintă o bucurie faptul că avem posibilitatea să ne vedem și să ne împărtășim experiențele și, de ce nu, o contribuție importantă la bagajul de cunoștințe de care am nevoie pentru reprezentarea salariaților.
Fac activitate sindicală de 35 de ani, dar vă pot spune că concluzia e aceeași.
aceste întruniri, aceste întâlniri, acest schimb de impresii și de experiențe individuale sunt foarte constructive și ne ajută pe noi toți. Mulțumesc!
I'm feeling inspired mostly because of this public procurement directive, which can include or potentially include collective bargaining as one of the criteria for public procurement. And what I will do tomorrow, actually, I already did. I shared some of information with colleagues from European Federation of Journalists and my association also.
I will share this information with my members tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
I feel very empowered. I think that we have many similar problems across countries and across sectors. It's very simple, and I will use all this when you think about it in that way. And I will use all the many information which we got here for the future research. Yeah.
I will fill my batteries. Tomorrow I will keep up the fight, and today I will buy some chocolate.
Takže ja cítim odvahu riešiť veci ďalej.
Určite budeme pokračovať ďalej v rozširovaní odborov v našom zariadení.
I feel good and I'll keep on working.
I feel really very happy after I have heard all these presentations and after we discussed all aspects that we researched across all countries. And I would like to congratulate to all participants to the project and here at the conference. Tomorrow I will fly back home and continue with regular things.
I feel very empowered and nice, and I hope that we are going to work together again at similar projects.
I feel happy and proud of being a member of this bar service team. And from tomorrow and maybe a few days later, I will talk about unionization and collective bargaining to my students, promoting these issues among the Zoomers.
În primul rând, vreau să vă mulțumesc pentru invitație. Am venit la această întâlnire cu speranța că voi găsi măcar câteva răspunsuri la problemele cu care noi, sindicaliștii din România, ne confruntăm. Nu am găsit, însă am găsit aceleași preocupări și frământări la toți colegii care fac sindicalism în Europa. Se pare că nu există o situație ideală și se pare că toți colegii noștri sindicaliști au o problemă. Niciunul dintre ei nu are o fișă a postului. Cu toții știm ce trebuie să facem, însă nu s-a inventat fișa postului și pentru cum trebuie să facem lucruri pentru oamenii pe care îi reprezentăm. Mulțumesc și mult succes!
În familie. Eu astăzi m-am simțit în familie. Probleme comune, situații comune, experiențe comune. Lipsește ceva. În familie ne mai și certăm. Aici nu. Mersi.
I feel very content about the topics you approached in this seminar, and tomorrow I hope I can share all the experience.
Ja budem určite zdieľať tieto skúsenosti a dokumenty s našimi jednotlivými organizáciami, aby vedeli, že sa na nich myslí aj na tej európskej úrovni.
I am really enthusiastic, and tomorrow I will continue the work to support our affiliate as much as possible to strengthening the collective bargaining power. The one word is power, since knowledge is power, got a lot of that. And I'm going to be bringing that into next week, where we're going to be definitely implementing everything we learned today into our publishing sector workshop in Paris. And thank you so much.
I feel upgraded, and immediately I will proceed to the next trade unionist iterations to be applied, implemented. Thank you.
You said one word, so my word in English can be thoughtful and upgraded, and Europe, keep it united. Thank you. Ben de Türkiye'den geliyorum. Yarın döneceğiz ve buradan çıkarken sorunlarımızın ortak olduğunu ve bu sorunların çözümünün de aslında uluslararası anlamda dayanışmayı daha güçlendireceğimiz bir şekilde ilerletebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum. Kararlı hissediyorum. Yeah, I feel proud and I feel excited. And really, we are so happy because we are a member and part of a big family and big solidarity network. That's all. And I think tomorrow I should study more than today. I should note my trade unions doors more than today. And we should talk each other in international solidarity insights. That's so. Thank you so much for all process and all to all partners.
I feel too happy and excited, but there are so many issues about for studying collective bargaining. Thank you. See you again.
I feel surprisingly not tired, and tomorrow I will read the report on subcontracting chains and see how to use it in our work.
I feel insightful, and thank you all for sharing your experiences, insights with us from across the countries. Thanks a lot.
Îmi place să aud păreri diverse, să văd ce putem învăța unul de la alții. Întâlnirile de genul ăsta ne arată, nu știu, challenge-urile pe care le au și alte persoane, poate din alte categorii. Trebuie să învățăm din ele și ce o să fac eu în continuare e să țin vocea tinerilor mereu prezentă. Mai am încă 2 ani de tineret și după aceea o să trec și eu în următoarea ligă.
I feel very relieved that this is over. And but thank you all for coming, and I will give back the floor to Fiona.
Marta gets the last word, but we should not forget our Macedonians.
I feel happy and glad that I'm part of the project, and glad that I got to come here and hear all of your thoughts, hear the insights. And tomorrow I'm flying back to Skopje, where I will go to my office and produce an email campaign for all our readers and share insights and post about this project.
Congratulations to everyone for the great work and for the insights. Thank you for everything today. We'll definitely share the key findings from the project with our Employers Association, and keeping myself posted on this topic because it was relatively new to me. So I got many insights today. Thank you.
I feel very optimistic and very excited because I work finance in our organization. And I hope first for tomorrow, I will share with my colleagues, and I hope that we can make some improvements in our country, in Macedonia, with this. Thank you.
We have 2 lovely CELSI team members here still. Simona?
Yes, thank you. I also feel hopeful and full of insights. I think it's very important for us to share the good practices. And from what I've heard today, I would say that one of the most important lessons is that to support collective bargaining, a lot of the national legal frameworks are going to have to change to support trade unions more. Thank you.
I also feel happy and hopeful and also a bit tired, but thank you for all the conversations and insights of today.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Just one final word from me. You will get recordings and slides and all the things in one email to everybody who's registered. So with that, and then I give it to Marta to close us off.
Thank you, but you stay next to me because I want to say, although I'm quite tired, I feel more inspired to work with you and with all of you. Next week, we have 3 more conferences on collective bargaining. So the topic lives on, and I feel like I really want to contribute to this debate more. But first, right now, I think it's time for some champagne.
Champagne, yes.
Thank you.
Because, guys, we have a lot of wins today. There's a lot of wins. There's the public procurement win. There is living wages in CSRD. There's a lot of wins for the trade union movement today that happened while we were discussing collective bargaining. So congratulations to all of you. Keep up the good fight. We're in it together like a family, not fighting each other, but fighting the other side. Let's go. And safe travels home.